It's one of the great traditions when you find yourself here at 16th Street and Georgetown Road. This is the circuit's second oldest in the world, the longest reigning active circuit in all of motorsport. And what we could say, one of the three great pillars of motoring heaven. We talk about a Circuit de la Sarthe out there in France. We talk at the south of France into a principality called Monaco and the streets around there. And you talk about this fabled brickyard of being one of the most, if not the most, important place in motorsport. For creators, it's their chance to get the opportunity to shine. It is your second annual running of the Creator Series 500, and it's here live with Creator Series and iRacing. My name's Shakespeare. That is John Amusing Harris along with me. John, as we get set for action here today, the weight of anticipation has been massive. They have waited 9 long months to get ready for this second running in what is now a traditional time slot, the month of May.
For sure, and I think there are so many drivers on the grid that will want to put pay to any doubts that they had last time out. There are a few drivers that definitely thought they could do better, so now is the chance to make amends. The problem is with that, everybody wants to do it and everybody wants to win. This is the crowning achievement, especially in America, in the States. To win means everything, and so you will see drivers put it on the line for everything.
And so the chance is there and simple. Your opportunity to kiss the virtual bricks. The chance to get your glass of milk, your pint of milk, your bottle of milk, however you choose to have your milk. You can choose to have it, of course, full fat. You can have it semi-skimmed. You can even have it chalky milk if you should so want to go and celebrate your victory. But it is one where everyone sits and says on song they want to be the best in the world. But, John, it's 4 corners out there, so effectively they are turning left 800 times here tonight. But for those 4 corners that look the same on paper, they are not when you drive.
You've got tiny microscopic bumps, a little bit of change of camber, and you might say maybe 150 miles per hour. No big deal, right? But they're going significantly faster than that, upwards of 200 miles per hour, topping perhaps 300 if they're very lucky. So it makes a huge difference. And when you estimate that it just takes 1% too wide or 1% too much speed, and they're either understeering into the barrier or spinning out facing the rear of the barrier, that means that everything is down to precision today. And that's okay in qualifying. That's okay when you're running by yourself. When you're in a pack of cars, it becomes anything but simple.
Well, simple is the last thing that we look at as far as today is going to be in terms of running. We are going to get the chance then to chat with various people out there, and I believe we've just caught at the right time there Paul Smith, Smileable, who is out here with us. Well, you set yourself up, you get yourself ready here, Paul, for the action that comes along. You're very much akin to being on our side of it, but jumping in, doing an Indy 500, what has been the preparation like getting ready for this, and what are your expectations?
Expectations is to crash many times. I have had the preparation for this has been finding out buttons to map for my hybrid system and learning how to use the hybrid system. And also learning what a weight jacker is for... I know what a weight jacker is. It's just knowing how to use it properly. So yeah, it's all been a case of learning how to run these things and be efficient with them, because I'm a dirty touring car driver. I only know tin tops, really.
In the world of touring cars, you can punt to pass. It's a little bit more difficult around here. So how do you adapt to that? What's your strategy going to be?
Well, first of all, I don't approve of the punt to pass. But secondly, it's known as the dark arts of motorsport. But with this, it's all about sort of keeping out of trouble and learning how to basically not get involved in anybody's incidents. And in that pack, especially on the restarts and at the start of the race, it's being involved in a pack. It's tricky when you're doing over 200 miles an hour, or at least it is for me.
Paul, in the sense of how you start this race, you've got a very good position. You're going from second place on the grid, so you've got the luxury of fairly clean air to get things sorted. For those behind that's trying to get themselves through, are you looking at getting back out your inner ITV4 karate man?
Well, first of all, I thought there was a qualifying session after this practice, or at least there is a session. So, I mean, if they want to put me on the front row of the grid, by all means. It's just see how it comes. It's a long race. It's all about fuel saving and having as little pit stops as possible. So, unfortunately, I've got a lead right foot, so that doesn't help matters either. So, yeah, it's just see how it goes. Big grid. Pretty tough fun, aren't we?
There's worse places to have a lead foot, to be fair, 4 corners, and sometimes you can take them flat out. So I guess the consistency approach is the one you're going for. What about qualifying, though? Because you want the least downforce as possible. That can be tricky sometimes.
Yes. That's a very good plan. And I wish we could change the downforce much, but it is a fixed setup we've got here. So it's all about running the car as smoothly as possible through the corners and getting the most out of the car. So I'm not expecting much at all in qualifying. I've never been a qualifying guy in road racing either, so I'm all about that race craft rather than race speed.
Well, we'll let you get the last opportunities to practice then as Smileable joins us then and looks for a good opportunity. It's very good that I've already misread how today is going to run with the fact that qualifying is going to set itself into play and that the grid order was just, you're in and you get the opportunity to do it. Speaking of those getting an opportunity in to do it, hello, it's Punju who's here along with us, who's driving live at the moment. Now, Punju, as far as this 500 goes, how critical is it year on year to come back, revisit this, and give the opportunity for the big Creator Series Triple Crown?
Oh, I mean, we got to come here every single year. It's the Indy 500, man. I mean, it's, of course, it's like, effectively the most historic race in U.S. history, and it's the one that produces some of the best racing here in Creator Series as well. Last year, obviously, was quite a hilarious one with a dramatic win at the end for Brendan, so I'm hoping for the same kind of action today.
Qualifying. Let's talk qualifying. Will it be so important with the amount of possible chaos that might ensue afterwards?
I'm going to put literally zero effort into my qualifying. I'm just, let's see what happens. It will make almost no difference. I mean, it is a little bit scary for the first wreck, don't get me wrong. Like, the farther back you are, the more likely you are to be in said wreck. But at the same time, I mean, it's all going to be a little bit of a gamble. We'll just kind of, try our best to survive and see what happens. Qualifying will just be a part of the race.
Let's talk differences between last year and this year, because last year you didn't have the hybrid deployment that was there to work with, and also last year the drafting characteristics were a lot stronger. So do you think this is going to be a much more different 500?
Oh, a very different 500. I mean, the fighting is going to be very unique for people. I mean, a lot of people that are, racing today aren't necessarily big IndyCar drivers. I don't know how many of these people have already done an Indy 500 last week or this week. I can't remember if we've had an official split yet this week. But obviously we had all the fixed ones last week, and so those who did do 1 or 2 of those are definitely going to have a little bit of an advantage here today. But I don't know how many people did it, so we'll see.
And I know you have a triple screen setup, so how mesmerizing or really sort of intimidating is it seeing cars next to you on the track when you're trying to battle with them? Is that an advantage, or is that something that sometimes in the Indy 500 can scare you a bit?
It's one of the biggest advantages you can have, in my opinion. I think having extra vision and extra knowledge of everything that's going around you is always going to be useful. Yeah, I'm finding it to be very useful for me already. I ran Indy 500 last week, and it was going great for me. So, and a lot of that came down to just the visibility. So, yeah, it's going to be a nice advantage today, I hope.
Well, you're about a minute away here from qualifying about to start, so we'll let you have the opportunity to get your final stages in. Punju joining us and having a very, very good attempt then to go and get things sorted. I don't think we're going to get enough time to jump in with Ryan L83 or B-Roy, who wants to have a chat with us, which means, John, for the first time ever, I think we're popular.
Well, it's always best to have too many people to interview rather than not enough, eh? And it's lovely to see that everybody wants to voice their opinion. I'm sure they've already got some serious opinions about this track, and most of them can be summarised as, this track scares me, and I've driven this track a few times, and I must say, the amount of times I've put it in the barrier is quite embarrassing.
It is one of these tracks where the more that you do it, the more you learn, but there is still always going to be something that disrupts and makes life very difficult. In true IndyCar spec style that we are running, it is going to be 4 laps that they have to set their fastest lap in, which would indicate here, John, that as far as today goes, lap 3 and lap 4 are going to be the critical laps. If you are trying to get things sorted, it takes a couple laps to get the tyres into an operating window to work, and then you are holding on for everything you've got to hope that final lap has something. It might just be a case that 3 will be enough.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the tires can get overheated, especially if you're pushing. That's the whole point during the race. You can't push the tires flat out all the time because you will start to have an imbalance in the car. We were talking about the weight jack earlier with Spiderbull. That is something you can use to sort of get more oversteer, more understeer. It's literally a damper adjustment on the right rear, and effectively what you can do is just jack the car up effectively to put more load on the front tire or less load. So is very useful. Obviously, you need to be very careful with it. So the one driver that will do the best is the one that just manages that finessing to the utmost.
Yeah, and that finesse is going to be critical. DM Gal is going to be the first one out there because we do have a couple of community entries in here today, making up the numbers for what we have out and going. We have 38 drivers here at Indy. We're normally used to talking about 33 as the first lap now will begin in earnest by DM Gal, working through 1 and over towards turn 2 here, which is going to be the trickiest corner on the circuit. If you're going to find the wall, it's normally out of 2, which is the prime culprit to go and get things done. But with an extra 5 cars around here today, that is 5 more cars that can predict more trouble.
Indeed, it can also have the opposite effect. If you have more cars, people may be a bit more cautious at the start, especially. So we'll have to wait and see how that pans out. But it's all about getting close to that barrier and qualifying, but not touching it. No touchy-touchy at all, because if you throw out the tracking or anything at these speeds, it is going to be 1, noticeable, and 2, the end of your day in the barrier. I can guarantee you that. The other thing as well, you want to go over the curb if you can on the inside, but again, it's a tricky thing to do that, and you want to hug that white line as much as possible. If you go on the grass, that is normally game over, so it's all about those extra millimeters. They can gain you only half a tenth of a second per lap, but that can gain you 4 places or more. A little tap of the barrier there, just on the entry to 3.
Yeah, yellow vision then. Aaron Smith the second, fastest out there. Presley Sora then improving to a 38.7, which is quicker than the practice time that was done. We were watching there with Sloppy Joe out there in the number 8 machine, pushing through and now looking to start his first of 4 lap attempts that are out there. And so expect these times to get quicker and quicker as they go, or maybe even potentially drivers looking at maybe only doing 2, coming back to the pit and going again because of the track temperature out there, which is 105 degrees Fahrenheit.
Slightly toasty, I will say as much, and you can see just hanging on. You don't want to get any understeer, using minute steering actions right now. You can see on the wheel barely going past 45 degrees in the worst of cases, and you can see the times there, everyone sort of within that tenth of a second. And you would say on any other circuit, good enough for a top 2, but not around this track. This is an oval. Every millisecond counts, and for Presley Sora at the moment, it's working oh so well.
Yeah, it's certainly been a good time at the moment, but they've got 10 minutes to set their lap times in, so they know that it's not going to be as simple as you just get that time in immediately and you've got yourself held. You've got to try and work with everybody else out there. I know that Brendan Hyperstar is a driver to definitely watch, as Presley Sora in the number 98 has just been driving about well, is already now on to lap 3 of 4 and will be looking to really push and get it all sorted. Mia Rose, though, is going to go quickest now by only 1,000th of a second. So who said the margins aren't tight here?
You couldn't make it up if you tried, and you can see the confidence in the drivers by how close they get to the barrier. There is a sort of as Mia Rose backs out of that one, back to the pits, as you said, Jake, possibly the best strategy here. But you'll see them get so close to the barrier. There is like a dusty couple of millimeters on the outside. You don't want to go up close to the barrier, but every single millimeter of track is a thousandth of a second, and that can make a difference as Presley Sora gets the time back this time.
Dom 97 then on screen, currently 11th fastest at this point in time and looking to push over for what will be a 4th and final run on the yard of bricks. He moves up to 6th place on a 38.829, and so is a 10th shy at the moment, is around DM Gal and Josh Merrin and Yellow Vision there, but we still have about a dozen drivers who have yet to put a time in, and they include the likes of Big T-Mac, Tiamat Marduk, Ryan L83, Hayden Gullis is one of them who hasn't set a time. And first time has just come in from Brendan Hyperstar, which was a 51.8, which in my mind was just trying to get the car around, get a little bit of heat into the tyres to say it's going to be better for the second lap, the third lap, the fourth lap, gearing it up in the i5G machine.
Wesker Kyoso did one lap, then straight back to the pits, but that lap, crucially, puts them P1 provisionally. And to lap Brendan Hyperstar straight to the top on the second lap, 38.6 in there, 6.45, the thousandths of a second. Incredible scenes.
Yeah, and maybe part of that as well there, John, would have been trying to charge the hybrid system up.
Yeah, for sure. Really, really tricky around an oval track. You don't have the braking zone, so you have to do it sort of manually. In real life, there's a lever to pull. I'm guessing in the game there's a button to press to recharge it. But if you can get that hybrid charged up just before the start of the lap, there is where you can deploy it for at least a couple of seconds to get that extra bit of boost. And around this track, that means everything. Brendan Hyperstar managing it beautifully for the moment. B-Roy, P10 at the moment, but if he can improve just a little bit, he can jump up to P5. Let's see. No improvement for the moment, but we're hoping for some more.
Well, he's out of laps, so that's going to be no May Gusta out there as Josh Merrin then on his third lap goes 5th on a 38.7. So does he have enough to jump up and gain even more out there? 300ths would be enough to jump Mia Rose and Presley Sora. And I know the top two here, John, in terms of qualifying for the iRacing Indy 500 Open on Saturday, they are two drivers inside the top 50 in all times.
It's incredible the amount of talent we have in the Creator Series. I say it nearly every single race, but it remains true. They are just the tops of the top at the moment, and to have that amount of confidence and sort of skills to do a top 50 time in the world, well, you can only say congratulations for that, and they'll take that confidence into that race, this race too.
Well, jumpers for goalposts. It's Charles Wimbley, headers and volleys, as it were, are now looking to try and get this third lap down, currently in 6th place, and that's not going to work. So this is the last chance attempt to go and get it right against the line and slightly over it. There through one, gets right up to the wall, and now turn 2. Lifts the entry in, because you know these corners are 3/8 of a mile. You know you've got yourself basically quarter miles out there to go and work with. And as you head yourself over to turn 3, you go by the snake pit on the left-hand side, which is so important in terms of the overall feel of this place, which can house on race day nearly 500,000 people in this fabled stretch of land. Out of 4, and nice goes Charles Wimbley. Is this going to be enough, though, to leapfrog up? It's a 39 flat. It's not enough to improve. So third row it will be as far as it goes, and trying to get it done. You've got NL Stroopwafel currently out there, El Taco Man currently out there on a flying lap attempt, and Mia Rose currently on her final go for it there, hand off the steering wheel, but now knowing that this is going to be the all-important money lap.
For sure, you don't want to have too tight a grip on the wheel. Just casually turning the wheel into the corners is the best way, because the wheel will and the car will react naturally to the bumps. You don't want any twitchiness whatsoever. Taking a little bit conservative through the last turn. Will it be an improvement? P4 for the moment across the line. It looks like it wasn't an improvement, and that is their last lap. Worth noting as they choose to impact the wall there, and I think a little bit of frustration. Reska Kyoso still has 2 laps remaining, as well as Lithium Fox. Brendan Hyperstar has 1, so they are still in the hunt for this top spot.
El Taco Man out there is also trying to get his final lap in together, as there is Brendan Hyperstar looking to just try and put a little bit more margin there, and he can just drive it in a little stronger, I think, than everybody else. He's very happy at the moment. I've seen his cat walking about in the background as well, so hopefully he knows better than to jump and put a spanner in the works, so to speak, out there. But Brendan knows that the best way to defend his crown is by being at the front of the field in probably one of the biggest premier teams. I5G is one of the big three, along with the likes of Powerslide, Team Hype, and then the wonderful alliance that is out there between Satellite and the likes then of Nexus. But ultimately, his lap time, a 38.662, does not improve on Case, but now it's up to Lith, who is currently 7th, to try and find something that works. 2,000ths of a second is going to be enough to see this one jump up the order and move on into that position. 2 VTubers inside of your top 10. It's going to be a huge effort from both of them, who are very close in terms of what they put together on the board. Lith Fox now hoping to try and get the run through 4, just diving this one through and getting a nice smooth arc through at 4, and now charging over towards that line. 38.6 is the time mark to beat, but the checkered flag is out, and there is going to be no more improvements to be had. Your grid then is going to be stacked, and your 38 will look as follows for the second annual Creator Series 500, and it is the only winner of a Creator Series 500 on the pole. Brendan Hyperstar will have that ahead of Reska Kyoso, with Presley Sora and Mia Rose 3rd and 4th. Josh Merrin will line up with Charles Wimbley 5th and 6th, as Lith Fox will have Yellow Vision for company 7th and 8th. DM Gal will mark the first of your creator community in 9th, as B-Roy will round out the top 10. It's worth noting that you can start from anywhere and win a race like this, when you got Tom97 in 11th and Aerotech in 12th position. Andrew Peddy is going to be lining up in 13th place, with Sloppy Joe in 14th. So we're going to cycle on through and get there. So you see Brendan Hyperstar and Reska Kyoso. That's your front row. You then follow on behind that with Presley Sora and Mia Rose. They're 3rd and 4th. Mia representing community as well. Josh Merrin and Charles Wimbley 5th and 6th. It then follows Lithium Fox and Yellow Vision 7th and 8th, with DM Gal and B-Roy rounding out your top 10. To 11th, where we find Tom97 and Aerotech both looking to push and say they are what it's all about today. Andrew Peddy, a big driver out there in the Super Formulas, is in 13th, with Sloppy Joe 14th position. Then it's a very experienced Creator Series 8th row, with Ryan L83 and Punju both together looking to prove what they've got. Reese will be there for the community. He's got Big T-Mac, then the Aussie for company in 18th. Your top 20 rounded out by Asoy and Infratic. It's good to see Fabio out there. Hopefully he doesn't run into too many troubles. D. Goodin is going to be in 21st, and he's alongside the Stag. And some may understand that the Stag wants to go out there and show what he's all about. He's going to try and see what he's got. Sparks then will have Greedy Me for company 23rd and 24th, as El Taco Man and Snore Brunch then will get the 13th row of this grid. Chesnoy Gaming out there in 27th, with what is known as Unsafety Car 4, which I do believe they call him TK, out there looking to push, with Ancephalosis then in 29th, and Smileable, who we talked to earlier on, he makes up your 30. Josh's Corner and NL Stroopwaffle then are 31st and 32nd, and normally we'd cap the field at Darius Rush and say the 5 behind, they're going to hit bump day, but we're going to allow Tiamat Marduk to race out there, along with VM Knoller, who is looking to make the push. Then in Unsafety Car 2, quote-unquote, it's Scotty Designs, by the way, who is there in 36th, as Steel Horse Live and Hayden Gullis make up the field, which means Hayden, comfortable at the back, John, has a last-to-first challenge at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
No pressure whatsoever, so that's the place you want to start if you're not on pole. Effectively, that mid-pack is going to be chaotic, so for any driver in there, they just want to survive the opening few laps. Now, last time out, we had an incident straight from the get-go, so I think a lot of drivers might be having that one in the back of their minds, maybe taking it a little bit more cautious. We'll have to wait and see, but it's Indy 500, and that means that everybody will be going 10 tenths.
They will do, but they've got to allow this race to breathe. It was very much in the inaugural Creator Series 500 a caution fest. As we take a look at B-Roy then, who sets himself up in his traditional colours out there, the lovely accented light green that he runs then with his livery, and the Razor sponsorship that he also has to go along with it. He'll be looking at a big old push today to prove that has got what it takes to go out there and get there. And we talk about this as a race. We've got 4 hours and 40 minutes on the clock to get this done in these 200 laps. There's Aerotech. He's off the back of a massive streamathon. He's not going to be really streaming much at all until June, I believe. June, July.
Indeed, he has to take a break at some point, but we all love seeing a good streamathon, so he's done a lot of work here, and I'm sure he's just going to take this one to enjoy it. But don't rule him out. He's a very quick driver on his day, and I know he likes the oval racing as well. Hopefully, for Aerotech, no drifting in that.
No, hopefully not. It's one of those machines that you just really hope you have no sideways movement at all. But if anyone can hold a sideways car, it is Aerotech who has the best ability to do so. There is also the understanding around from everybody who sits themselves in and says, look, I've got this opportunity to make it work. You're always counting back. We'll talk a lot about strategy over the course of the racing, but you are buying a ticket to 170 laps to go. The final 30 laps are where the money is made here at Indianapolis.
I've seen time and time again, the driver that has the extra lap of fuel at the end of the race is going for broke. So it's going to be a case of, as you said, just settling in, hoping and fine-tuning, actually, the weight jacker and everything that you can use to adjust that fixed setup. You can do certain things, including with the anti-roll bars, just to make it perform to the likes of which you want it to. But it's always a danger modifying it during the race, and we might see a few drivers caught out by that. It'll be interesting to see, and very rarely do you see a driver be the fastest from start to finish. There's always a time where it ebbs and flows.
This is an opportunity for many, and they all have to get by number 10 at the front. Pace truck dives down in. Let's get ourselves set for the second annual Creator Series 500. It starts now. Lovely start then through the opening couple of corners, and already Reska Kyoso into 3 takes the lead away. We'll see a lot of chopping and changing in the early goings as Rhythm needs to be settled up. 2 wide still though in the middle of the pack as they work through. Big T-Mac making good progress. He's already through on Tom 97.
Indeed, it's quite a clean start. A lot of cars getting close to the barriers, including Ryan 83 on the exit of 2 on that first lap. So a lot of drivers just pushing the limits, maybe not used to the race fuel. It makes it a huge difference.
Wide.
Incredible stuff,
goodness
isn't it?
me. Infratic and the Stag and Reese getting really aggressive early out there from about 20th position on. So there is a lot that these drivers know, and I think they're wanting to make hay early while the sun is shining. We take a look at this wonderful multicolored 301 of Reese, who is on that high side at the moment, working through 3 with a Soy trying to work through behind. Find a lane, pick a rhythm, and make sure you can slipstream in the early stages. Give yourself something to work with. Currently, Mia Rose third, and it's side-by-side between Josh Merrin and Charles Wimbley. Merrin down low, he's going to run out high, and there's contact between them. In the wall goes Wimbley. He'll drop time, but no caution to come out and save him.
I think it might have damage, though. That car's not turning in very well. It was a heavy impact with the wall. Looks like they're back up to speed, though, so that's just compromised everyone. P-Roy just going up the inside saying, thank you ever so much. I have those places. Thanks for checking up.
He probably took about 3 of them the way that he jumped through, and suddenly this becomes a very crunchy group with Petty and DN Gal here, Aerotech, Sloppy Joe's in here, Ryan L83 Puncher and Big T-Mac on the back. B-Roy gets the clearance, and they will look to settle it out as they all set. So for the moment, they're going to be working on through. Reska Kyoso, no shocks, fastest driver out there at this point, but whenever you see a big pack like this, they've got to settle themselves together, otherwise it's going to be troublesome. And Wimbley, at the moment, is going to be the one going backwards with a crumpled front left wing end plate.
Yeah, it's the struggle for the turn-in, especially on the exit, just waiting to get on the throttle. Bolts to the outside as well. Aerotech's going to go through on this one also, so that's 3 cars now. That's Andrew Petty, Aaron Smith and Aerotech through. Charles Wimbley dropping like a stone, sadly. Wasn't really his fault, just a bit of contact, but now he's got to try and get that through to the first round of pit stops, or the first caution. It's going to be a long race for them.
Yeah, but they have the use of 5 fast repairs, so if you can hold it out there until the first round of stops, he should have a way to get back. The M-Gal almost running up the back there of Charles Wimbley and having to be careful of that at the start of this race. We're already on to lap 5 here at 200, and they've got to be very alert now to how much room. Oh, big smash up in the wall, in the background there. That was a major, major hit going along the wall, and so that is going to be really tough to navigate through. I'm not quite sure who it was. It might have been sorry, no, it wasn't B-Roy out there. It was Chesnoy, yes.
Yeah, Chesnoy, I just saw the livery. I thought that's a very familiar livery in the background. And
3 wide.
The wall. And yeah, there is 3 wide there in the background. Not exactly sure who that was, but they are going for broke in these positions and still overtaking Charles Wimbley. So Charles is having a really bad day at the moment, but definitely doing well, to be fair. It's only on the exits, and so everybody's getting booked behind. That's why you're seeing 3 wides.
Wow, that was brave by the Stag there to move out and have just enough clearance then to get by big T-Mac, and T-Mac's picked up damage. Front wing's completely gone on that move, and he is limping now against the wall here, and he's going to need to try and find a way to get down onto pit. And then a big smash up. Then as they go through, major hit at the back. We stay yellow, we stay green for the moment then, as it's Reese and Snorebrunch who have come together. Caution has not come out for it, and I argue it should have.
Indeed, a big smash up and on the racing line as well, so not ideal. So let's see what happened here. I think it's just 2 lines converging. So there's the multicoloured car of Snorebrunch. Oh wow, okay, he's just gone over the rear wing. So just a case of one checking up, the other trying to take it flat, and then I think that was Reese just driven straight over the back of Snorebrunch.
Well, this is Chesnoy's issue through turn 2, under the apron. It's going to get you every time.
Well recovered, but there's just not enough room on the outside, and the safer barrier doing its job, but sadly that just takes off your front right wheel, so that's in the pit lane. And arguably driver's getting a little bit lucky. Oh, in the wall. Who was that in the wall right there? I think was that? No, it wasn't Sparks, but yeah, very, very lucky for them, whoever that was. Mia Rose, was it not? Yes, it was. 3rd place, Mia Rose.
Yeah, she's got to be very careful about that. She can't afford to do that too often coming out of 2. Just getting, again, very narrow in, has pushed against the side of the car and hopefully has got away with that damage on a sideways contact hit. So you're working through those safer barriers are there to protect the drivers out there when they work. And so very much you're just hoping that you get into it and there's not any bigger worry out there. That is going to be a very tough run to try and navigate through, but just about avoided the drama that was necessitated there. And so we stay green with the running that we've got here, lap 9 out of 200. So you've got the likes then of this group that sits itself up at this point in time, and it sits itself behind, I believe, TK at this point here with Asoy, D. Goodin, Sparks, Tiamat Marduk here is in this group and trying to make up progress. This is outside your top 20 as far as it stands, and so placement is going to be important between them. That's an aggressive line in through 4 there from the likes then of D. Goodin trying to get by Asoy. It's not going to find it, and it is going to temper the run here along the main straight. It's going to give Sparks a look here into 1.
Oh yeah, Sparks so aggressive and just going for the overspeed, maybe using the hybrid a little bit. That's something we haven't talked about this race for the moment. We talked about it just before qualifying, but it's enough to get you alongside. It's enough to get you the opportunity. So if you're stuck in this train, you've got to think about recharging that hybrid and going for it. Will Sparks be able to use that? We'll have to wait and see. This is Aerotech, I think, just on the attack for at the moment. Aaron Smith in front, and you can see the effect of the dirty air as well. You've got to be so cautious on the throttle, otherwise you can just understeer into the barrier. Look at the effects. The slipstream, not as powerful as it used to be, but still enough to get you right onto the diffuser.
So that is going to be what he now looks at here. Aerotech is going to be really pushing out there at this point and knowing that he's in 10th place and he is going to be doing everything he can to try and get by Yellow Vision, build in some laps, get himself an understanding and saying, right, I am going to set myself up in this race. I am going to be looking at this chance then to say, right, can I just get this settled down into rhythm? The gap's starting to open up. The top two of Brendan Hyperstar and Reska Kyoso, they've driven away. They've got a second here at the front of the field. And they'll be very happy about that and getting some good green flag running. If they can get themselves to about lap 28, they'll be starting to think about the first round of pit stop for those who have been lead-footed and put the foot hard down to the floor. If you get to lap 30 onwards, you start thinking about you've done a little bit of fuel saving.
And that's crucial with that gap to Mia Rose. It'll force Mia Rose to use more fuel to just keep up. The slipstream won't be as effective as Ryan L83 moving up some positions. Punju just tapping the wall. He went so wide that he just gave a glancing blow. Hopefully no damage there. I don't see anything on the wing, but you can just move the suspension, move the tracking out by a few millimeters, and that can be devastating right now for Punju with Infratic might be going through right now. That's not Punju, my apologies. The timing might be a little bit off. Yes, that is the Stag, apologies.
Yep, the Stag getting the run, and now he's also going to get the switch back at 2, and there's a big hit. Stag gets into the wall, forces that one hard down for Sloppy Joe, and he manages to avoid that. What avoidance there from Sloppy Joe. And ultimately, the Stag is going to limp this one around here, and it's going to be causing more dramas out there as he gets up high into the barriers trying to get this one back, and he's going to have to be very careful he doesn't drop down, and everyone avoids this.
Yeah, so unfortunate, and now with that right front gone, I mean, you can't really turn in, so you've just got to give it a wide berth. Hopefully nobody collects you. They haven't made it back to the pits, but again, it's going to be a fast repair, but a devastating loss of time for the moment, and it can knock your confidence as well. This early on into the race, lap 14, you need all the confidence you can get, and an early wreck or an early incident can really stop your momentum.
Well, if you can find the momentum, if you can find the realm of how hard you're going to have to work, how much you're going to have to really start digging down deep for it, that's going to be critical. Brendan Hyperstar here in second position. Happy to sit at 6/7 tenths of a second out there. Take your pick out there at this point, knowing that it is Reska Kyoso who's out there in front, who is leading the field and doing a lot of the work. Staying in this range in these hot conditions, how much of this do you feel is just trying to get into an early fuel game?
Brendan Hyperstar is one of the most tactical drivers that I know, so it will be in his calculations, it will be in the spreadsheet, as they say, and they'll just have another change. Infratic does pass Punju. That is Punju now on screen. So I'm glad I've got the right driver for once. But yeah, Infratic going past saying, hey, you're a little bit too slow here. We need to catch the pack in front. 2 seconds though to Ryan. You can see that gap visible. There will be no slipstream to help. Tell you what, Infratic touching the concrete rumble strip on the inside. That can be dangerous. He got away with it that time, but not always will you.
No, that's critical. You've got to try and get as close as you can without making that work. A little bit of scrapage against the wall there from Punju as he tried to leave the room into one. Sloppy Joe making the pass and quite happy to go out there and make the pass. And so he'll be very pleased at the matter of fact that he's been trying to work forward and saying, right, this is what I am finding out at this stage. I'm finding out what I'm capable of, where I'm going to be trying to make these passes, and getting into the later phases of this race. We'll get an understanding of that as they go. Andrew Petty very close here to the back of lift box. This is for 7th and 8th. Andrew Petty's made a great start to this one. He's your biggest mover inside the top 10. He's up 5 from a starting position of 13.
Confident start, isn't it? And you can see in the just aggressiveness of that car, maybe playing with the weight tracker a little bit to try and get it more aggressive, more oversteering. And you can certainly see some cars struggling with understeer. For example, Punju nearly tapping the barrier 2 times while we were watching that battle. So it's all about confidence. You want the most amount of oversteer, but if you do it even just a millimeter too much on that weight tracker, you are spinning round. So it's all down to that aerodynamic versus mechanical grip, and you nearly saw him in the barrier right there to demonstrate it.
Off the wall at 4, getting a tag on in with the rear tyre, that rear right, and is able to hold it steady enough. That weight jacker, we talk about it, John, it does exactly what it says on the tin. It jacks up the right rear tyre and makes it maybe less contact to the ground by a click or 2. And the more that you do of that, the more that you click through with that weight jacker, The less contact patch you have of that right rear to the ground, you're using it to get more rotation of turn in the banking. Too much, and you lose the knife edge in the spin.
Yeah, for sure. It's also about unloading the other tires. So you want to put a load of load on certain tires, and what happens is it creates a diagonal effect. You put a lot of pressure on that front left tire, and effectively you can create understeer or oversteer with that change of balance by shifting the weight. Hence why it's called weight jacker. So, as you said, just a hydraulic system. It's a click of a button on the steering wheel. A very ingenious system, very old school. I love it. And it's only done by 1 millimeter at a time, or if not 2 millimeters if you're feeling lucky. But on a track like this, it can revolutionize the handling of a car. But it can lead to some aerodynamic imbalance as well. If you lift up a car, you get more airflow under the car, and that can create a load of unforeseen effects. So it's all about risk versus reward. That is the case in Indianapolis all the time.
Greedy me. Oh, seeing that risk versus reward there as he now looks to chase down Punju at this point. They are all starting to suddenly understand tyres aren't going to be as good as what they started on the first 10 laps, and they've just got themselves on to lap 20, so they're almost a tenth of the way through this race already. But the key's going to be, how are those tyres going to hold up? Because tyre wear is a very important factor now in this year's Creator Series 500. A lot more of a case of how do you manage your tyres as you go about, and critically, how you manage pit entry.
For sure. You don't want to get a timing penalty for speeding in the pits, but you also lose the most amount of time during the pit stop cycle, and there's the most amount of potential to lose time if you play it too cautious. We've seen it every single year in IndyCar. Someone does the roll of the dice and gets the wrong number, as they say. So it'll be interesting to see who takes it flat out. I think drivers will be praying and playing the game to hope that the pit stops are under caution at some point, because it's a high pressure scenario and one of the highest speed entries to a pit lane approach that I think you'll ever see on a racing circuit.
It very much is, and it's not a case that you can just slow it down off the line and get yourself in on the marks. You actually got to go 7 or 8 grid stalls down to go and make that progress. And then when you rejoin back off of the pits, as is being demonstrated by Osoy, you have to exit on the exit of turn 2 to get back up to speed. It takes you half a lap before you're hitting the same speeds of everybody else.
Indeed, yeah, and just with going into the pits, changing tyres, you won't have that same confidence either, because you've got used to the way the car handles. You have more fuel on board all of a sudden, and so you can't take it flat out. And so a lot of drivers will just be more just naturally gifted to adapt to it. Adaptability every single time in motorsports is the key word, and some drivers will be able to just push it right out of the pits and can gain half a second. That can make the difference in this race. Overtaking during the pit stop cycle is all important.
It very much is, and Charles Wimbley, who will have better tyres than Yellow Vision, unlaps himself. He is the first of those drivers a lap down. Normally in a race like this, if you're laps down, you're in trouble, but at every safety car that you will see out there, every caution period, John, we allow everybody to unlap themselves. They have a really good shot of getting themselves back into this race.
It is called the Creator Series for a reason. We want content left, right and centre. For the moment, we are getting it in the form of clean racing. I tell you what, some overtakes here. Whoa, Infratic. I think that is on the inside.
Oh, no! It's going to be Infratic. Can he hold it? Bang, into the wall. He just about saves it there. He saves it with the Stag trying to unlap himself. Oh, my goodness, that could have been a 10-car issue, and they're going to throw the caution for it.
I will say, that was a 10 out of 10 commentator's curse by myself, so I'll take that one. That's a crowning achievement of this race for a commentator. Clean racing up until the point where two go for the same bit of tarmac, so that was just a clear case of just two lines converging. I think Infratic just getting a little bit of understeer on the inside, and yeah, it's just, you can't avoid it, can you? There's nothing you can do as the driver on the inside and outside. As soon as you touch, that's it, you're a passenger at these speeds.
You absolutely are. Now that is going to be a huge moment here, because that has happened right before the first pit stop window, John. And that means everybody who is anybody is going to be jumping down in and making that strategy. Again, you're looking here at the Stag, being really aggressive, really trying to go and get these moves and get anything of anything moving on forward in the right way. He can get down low, and you can see here, too low. He's riding almost onto the grass berm there that is put on the inside of 4 and somehow, some way, gets that back up the other way to move on through. And with the damage of it, normally you get the steering wheel which is slanted to one side to deal with the car's banking. Ultimately, that was the steering wheel pointing straight after some damage.
Yeah, I mean, I do not know how they kept those cars vaguely pointing in a straight line. I have to say credit to the drivers there just for recovering that. It could have been a spectacular crash. And I think it's just a case of, once again, you're pushing the limits, and any change of grip at this speed is just completely throwing everything off. And so you get that patch of concrete on the inside, it generates even just the force feedback through your wheel. Just knocking the force feedback off a little bit is enough to unsettle the car. And with such low aerodynamics on the cars for an oval, that's what just throws them out. Once the car is going sideways, you don't have the aerodynamics anymore. It just contributes to the crash at that point. A tricky scenario for the drivers. But hey, everybody's still vaguely in one piece, so we'll get back to racing in just a bit.
We absolutely will, and we are in the cycle now as pit stops are now occurring here, ladies and gentlemen. But what a wonderful privilege it is to bring the Creator Series 500 over to all of you. And really, that was a well-behaved 500. It was very aggressive, the start of the race that we have just seen, but that aggressive nature of how much are you going to go out there, how much are you going to push. Drivers were not afraid there to go 3 wide.
But I think also it's just drivers noticing that they have to be respectful at these speeds. You know, a lot of drivers in Creator Series used to maybe slower cars or just different type of circuits, and it's actually great to see that the drivers are sort of adapting to the rules and how everything should be. And as you can see, a huge amount of drivers in the pits, or exiting the pits, I should say.
And there are also drivers that I know who did not take the pit, and there was only one of note, and that is VM Knoller, who is currently out there and is your leader now in this field. With Reska second, Mia Rose third, Brendan Hyperstar had a bit of a slow stop and has dropped a couple places down to 5th, behind Presley Sora, Josh Merrin and Mia Rose. So that's going to be a few places lost, but you'll try and gain that back out in the wash, as it were, as the drivers now begin their unlapping process here to get back onto the leading lap, and it will have to take a little bit of a while out there at the moment. And that, John's going to be really critical, because Asoy here is 6 laps down.
Yeah, I mean, it's the case of just having a bad start to the race. If you get an incident straight at the start, then you will be laps down, and you've just got to, as VM Knoller in the pits there, just deciding a lap later, so just wanting to go that offset of fuel. The good news is that it's only about, well, 40 seconds under a cautious lap, just trying to unlap yourself, so those 6 laps are gained back quite quickly, especially with the other cars going at a slower pace.
Yeah. Oh, there's a wreck. There's a wreck on the front stretch. It's a massive wreck on the front stretch, and they're all going in it here. And it's Smiler Bull who's there. Chesnoid's been caught up. And in front, well, I'm not surprised to see Fabio in it, out there and dealing with all sorts of troubles. How on earth have they wrecked under caution out there? It's going to be one of big note to go and say. Someone has tried to get through and unlap themselves. It is Smiler Bull out there who has been driving at a rate of knots a lap down and has caught Fabio in the middle of the road.
That is unfortunate. And then you've got another car getting vaulted by trying to unlap. Yeah, I can't even believe it. Chesnoid just not having the great start of the race. So yeah, that's the danger. That's the danger of when you're trying to unlap yourself, is you've got to be really careful of who's in front of you. And yes, Smileable here, we're going to see this perspective. This is going to be terrifying, I can tell you this, because the car is just probably going to dart in and...
Where are you going?
What? That's an interesting one. So basically, I think possibly was distracted by something in, let's say, his live stream, and has unfortunately not seen the car in front, has turned, quite literally, into the car in front of him.
Wow. Well, that tells you all you need to know. There's another spin there. That's the M-Gal, I think, who's gone around there. So this is meant to be a safety car out there, and DM Gal has done it all on her own and has just locked up the tyres, being a little bit too aggressive on the brakes. And when trying to get back into play, Greedy Me had to jam on the brakes to try and avoid any further contact. So let's get a look at this then. Over to the left-hand side. Oops, there's a checkup.
Yeah. Oh, and then, yeah, can you believe it? You want to
What a
get
rejoin.
restarted, but you don't check that there's a car approaching, and then yeah, straight into the pits for the other car. I can imagine there's damage there, but that's just a case of misreading again. You just got to be so cautious under the caution scenario. You never know when a driver's going to have to brake in front of you. So it's the kind of time you take to relax as a driver, but you can't afford to take your eye off the ball, quite literally.
Now, we've got chat here up and available as well, and that's quite an interesting thing that's been noted. In real life, these cars have battery, but some streamers believe there's battery and others think that there's not. I would say, get talking to those streamers and tell them to map a hybrid button.
Yep, it is available, and if you're not using it, you're losing the power, as they say. So that could be very, very interesting for overtakes. It could also explain why we've seen some drivers dropping down the order effectively, is because they don't have the additional use of that boost. And even though it's not as powerful as in Formula 1, let's say, it's still the good old-fashioned, as I like to call it, curves that we had in Formula 1, and it can get you at least alongside. So it's an advantage, and as a driver, it's your job to take every opportunity to get all of those advantages aligned in your favour.
Well, I tell you what, you've made me very hungry for a boost bar now. I'm very much in the mood for one after hearing all of that. But we do now have this opportunity to start talking about how tough a race of this is, the length of what it goes, and more of these styles of cautions that come out, the more of them that you get, the longer a day like this becomes. These Firestone tyres are going to be having to go through a lot of effort, and you're talking about this being, on a normal day, a case of how are you managing your stops? Is it 5 or 6, or maybe you're going to go towards 7? They'll be looking at this and gone, right, we've got a good stint in, let's try and replicate that and go as far as we can and maybe get 1, maybe 2 green flag stints in on the books. But they don't have the guarantees of it, because those who have been gaining want to gain more. Those who have lost are going to try and gain those places back.
For sure, and there's always the thing of any driver after a restart really wants to gain positions, really wants to get on with it, and so it can lead to incidents just because the drivers are trying to make up for lost time. And effectively, they have to be cautious on the restart because it can put them off stint if there isn't another caution, if there's an incident. But also, if you lose your front wing and there's no caution, you're losing out like Charles Wembley was at the start.
Yeah, and Wembley doesn't want to be one losing, and basically has gone from 6th to 19th after the dramas that he's had. So he's had the ability to get that lap back, get back into position. And it's true when we put it like this. We take a look at Josh's corner, who looks very, very happy and excited and animated under this safety car period, this caution period. And he's looking at this thinking, we've got a really good chance to start jumping up the order here, getting ourselves involved and moving on. 20th position at this point in time, a gain of 11. You're a third of the way through the field, and you've done it in way less than a third of the laps.
It's certainly positive to have that improvement, and I'm sure he'll take that forward in terms of confidence, but I'm sure he'll be saying, like everyone is saying, it's very early days in the race. Arguably, you want to peak in terms of confidence and pace toward the second half of the race. You don't really want to have all of that pace at the start, because if it goes wrong or you start losing pace, then at the end of the race where it counts, you won't have that extra little bit to go and get that victory.
That extra little bit here is going to be so important that they look around. And last year it was all about how the weight jacker was used by Brendan Hyperstar on those insane defences against the likes of Alex Gillen, for example, that won the Creator Series 500. I think it's going to be a very different race where those first 4 to 5 laps of a stint, I think, are deal makers out there. If you get anything longer, 6, 7, 8 laps, you're talking about settling yourself in and having to get it done early. There is Presley Sora, who is in the number 98, currently in that 4th position, started 3rd, and I would say would feel very comfortable out there at this point, noting that this has been a very, very strong start to this race, where the front of the field have been very well behaved.
Yeah, for sure. They've shown the pace and consistency for the moment, the top 5, and they've just settled into the race. They know exactly that the sort of the race isn't won right now, but it can very easily be lost. And so I think what you were saying about the overtakes is definitely true, in that if they don't get it done within 5 laps, they settle in, because the dangers of overheating your tires, then going for an overtake around the outside and running out of road are real, especially if you get onto the marbles, onto the dirty bit of the road as the race progresses. It increases the danger, and you can't really afford to take that risk if you're in the top 5.
No, you can't take that risk, and that is going to be really important there. So it's going to be a case of who can jump on up and say, right, this is going to be where they are going to be setting themselves into this race. So lap 31 here of 200, they've got a stint going, and those who are having to get their laps back, this is going to be important to note here, those who are getting those laps back or taking an extra bit of fuel, those who are coming in, getting extra stops under this yellow, are going to be able to be on a better strategy than those who are out there not willing to risk sacrificing the track position. Those who are running around getting their laps back are also going to lose a lot of fuel in the way that they are trying to get their laps back.
Yeah, still better than being like 6 laps down though, so it's a case of sacrificing a little bit to gain a lot. So they'll just be plodding around out there. You could actually see one driver just pull into the pits just before the pace car comes in to get the maximum, but it looks like we are about to get going maybe on next lap then.
Next lap. Lights still up on top of the truck at this moment, which means that for the moment they will just have to wait and be patient before they have the chance go back out there and set. Now the lights will go off here on the pace truck, and we'll have a chance to go back to it. This is Chesnoy here trying to work his way to the back of the group, and he manages to do so quite effectively out there, as he will see a couple more. Oh yeah, you're going to see a lot of them in there. So it's Snell Brunch, it's Ryan L83, it's Steel Horse Live who's down in the pits, and Hayden Gullis. So they want to be maxing the fuel strat from this point onwards as far as they can.
I'm not surprised from Hayden Gullis. He's done it every race in the Crater Series when he's been out of road order, as they say. So, yeah, if you're at the back of the pack or midfield of the pack, you kind of want to just say, okay, hasn't gone well, I'll just drop to the back, less risk in terms of contact and in terms of damage at the restart, and then the strategy is better. So for Team Marduk, for Chesnoy, and anybody toward the back, this is just a case of let's see what happens and let's see who gets into incidents, and let's see if we can gain anything out of this. They certainly have the pace. It's whether they can find some clean air to exploit it.
Now, a reminder here on this restart, you can't overtake on the left-hand side. You have to overtake on the right. So anyone who falls foul of it is going to get a black flag penalty if they overtake the wrong side on the jump of the restart. So that's going to be a case of getting itself out there and saying, look, how does this one all set? So this will be... this is going to be where they just try and set themselves up. Reska Kyoso will take the first restart of this race on lap 33 here of 200. Gets the jump and launch all the way to the wall on the right-hand side. Green flag back out. We're underway. There's already trouble at the back. VM Knoll has been run over.
Oh, incredible scenes. Things just facing backwards there. And huge amount of contact.
Massive instant. One car flipping through the pits. It's Tiamat Marduk.
Oh, just as I was just saying, that is, I think, Mia Rose in the... No, it was Josh Merrin tagging the barrier there in P3. So everything going wrong for drivers at the moment as there's a challenge for the lead there. Mia Rose goes through. Reska Kyoso relinquishes after a few laps in the lead and just saying, I'm just going to try and stay out of trouble right now.
The front is the clearest place to be, and we've seen that, and driving off, it's Punju in trouble now on the right-hand side, who's trying to limp it through. Contact through 3 with Sloppy Joe has ultimately put that one into the wall. There's the tag as front and centre. It's a case of Sloppy Joe not getting the turn in that was required, and so that puts more troubles into perspective. Big wreck on the front. They're going to have to throw a caution for it.
I think this might have been the replay of what happened, but I'm not quite sure. No, we're still live, and yeah, it's a huge amount of cars on track at the moment. Possibly a lot of people managing to get back to pit lane, however, so we have to wait and see some more debris getting flicked up as well as we see the replay. I think this was of the last lap here, so Punju's already in the barrier there, and that is, a huge amount of contact. Hayden Gullis, and I think that's Ryan L83 on their roof as well.
Well, for Hayden, he just put himself in the attenuator, so that's going to be really, really tough to get through and navigate. So that is a really tough moment. You can see he's trying to avoid, bang! Catches the attenuator. Really tough.
Yeah, very lucky to not have a direct full impact on the front there with a very big glancing blow, but yeah, super unfortunate. Rideable, he's been in this situation before, and I think he's just collected by a car behind him, not checking up.
Yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of people will see no yellow flag. We're going to just drive this one as it were. Now, off the restart here, this is going to be critical for Smilerball's race car in the middle of the road, trying to avoid it, and then Tim Etmard, look at that, goes flipping through the pits.
That's got to be terrifying. Nearly collecting the timing tower there as well was Tim Etmard, so that could have been a very expensive repair bill for the Indianapolis circuit, that's for sure. I don't think they've ever had an incident like that, so terrifying always as you see a car going into the pit lane, not on a 4 wheels, but thankfully in sim racing can't get injured like that, so all is good. But Via Rose, I tell you what, is turning a huge amount of pace at the moment. 1 second is the gap, and Josh Merrin has got dropped as well with that tag early on into the wall.
Yeah, so Merrin now has dropped the time. So Rescue Kyoto second, Merrin third, Brendan Hyperstar fourth, Presley Sora is the one who's been dropped. Here's Tom 97 now, looking for a way to the inside of turn 1 on Ancephalosis, season 3 champion with Rescue Kyoto by 1 point. The Stag now looks to just look around and say, look, I'm going to get in and involved and ready. And this is where you're setting yourself into play and going, right, now how do I look to try and get this next one? Working along the back stretch here and over towards turn 3.
Aerotech challenging though as well, so I think the Stag under pressure really from Aerotech as Tom 97 has got a few car lengths and a little bit of attack there, I think with the wall on the outside, a little bit of a puff of dust. Oh, another tap with the wall. Tom 97 twice in the wall, a little bit of damage I think there, so that is not ideal whatsoever. Tom on the aggressiveness right there, 10 out of 10, but it can go oh so wrong, and it might have.
Well, he's in trouble. We've just seen Andrew Petty making the pass. There is Tom 97. Car looks all right at the moment here, and Brendan Hyperstar making good progress now. He's going to get the clearance through, and that jumps him into third ahead of Josh Merrin. We'll take another little look at this then as they worked on through. There's Chesnoy Gaming there on the right-hand side, looking to just try and work on by, but ultimately a case of not very much to see except the pass that has now been completed. So Brendan Hyperstar giving chase to Reska Koso and Mia Rose, who is now out to a 1.8 second lead because the dirty air that Punju is giving is just absolutely hitting like a truck.
Yeah, it's such a big effect around here. You can't get close. You can see Big T-Mac there just trying to find a different line to Sparks, and it is so crucial to get that clean air over the front wing to get some turn in. And when you don't, effectively, you're just getting heaps of understeer. And that's where you can see a car drift wide into the barrier so quickly on these big trains that you see.
Yeah, and so these trains, I think, are going to be really critical. And so you are going to be hoping that you can just stick to one and that you can play that card of strategy for a long way, almost 3 wide, actually a little bit further back into 1 as we focus on a little bit further in front. So Tom 97 and Cephalosis from the Stag really getting busy out there. We were focusing with Big T-Mac then, who's trying to push, and Tom 97 again getting as close as he dares with the barriers out of 2. You just got to be really choice about it. The Stag is really hoping for a chance then to just get a little bit of clearance, and I've never seen the Stag so penned in all my life.
Yeah, the Stag is really gripping the wheel on this one, as they say. They're actually trying this time. Ancephalosis, no answer right now. Maybe a bit of hybrid boost deployed here, and they're just wheel to wheel, sort of. Front wheel to rear wheel. They will go through turn 1 right now. Ancephalosis kind of forced to back out of that one, but gets the overspeed on the exit. Will it be a defense? Stag still on the inside, but Ancephalosis able to slam the door shut on that one and maintains position.
Just got better drive, much better drive, and that was quite telling actually in the way that that set itself out. All of this sets itself to a group where they are basically chasing up the group led by Presley Sora at this moment in 6th place. So this is what they're all trying to get to right now, just trying to make sure that they can pull themselves into the group, they can get a run, and this is where it gets interesting. A 3 lap down Smilerball trying to get around B-Roy and Presley Sora here.
That's the difference in tyres. That's the difference in terms of overheating. Oh, in the wall. I think that was Ancephalosis and just a little bit of a tap. No, it was B-Roy indeed in the wall. Just a bit of a tap. And that is just devastating if you give yourself damage once again. And you can see they're checking up a little bit. That is not a good sign. That is not good at all. They've lost already 2 car lengths, and that could be a sign that there is huge, if not just altering damage on the car. We'll have to wait and see whether they can get back up to speed.
Well, they're just about managing it. They've not lost full contact yet, so it's obviously minor, not major at this point. And so it's okay. Continue on. We play ball out there in this race at Indianapolis. So there is still a lot that they can try and manage and understand, but they will also know that this is potentially going to be one that either sits as a long game or a short game, and they don't want to be in a position where this one gets affected in the latter stages out there. So they're just trying to settle themselves in once more, find that rhythm around this circuit, because this is one as well where you will see the line slightly move a little bit. You don't want to be out on the outside too often here, John, because you don't want the JR Hildebrand moment.
No, indeed, that is terrifying. You do not want to have anything. To be fair, there's so many incidents that I can reference where it's just on the dirty line or just a compromised line just fighting with another car, and it can just get away with you so quickly. Even just the dirty air that we've referenced, if you cross, say you go in shallow to the turn to get some clean air on the inside, and the car in front of you goes to the inside as well, you can just wash wide with that, and there's so much technicality to driving and racecraft in these cars that it isn't visible to the eye, but when it goes wrong, you can see exactly where they have gone wrong. Josh's corner, just trying to make up some positions here, but again, they're just in sort of that punching through the air where they've got no driver in front of them within, I think, 2 seconds they're looking at that gap, and so they're just having to try and work together to try and get back up the pace. But when the gap is 2 or 3 seconds, I mean, what can you do, really? It's a huge punch in the air that you have to do to try and get any speed.
I would look around at this and say that this has been a wonderful run out there. That is the most Americana car I've ever seen from El Taco Man, who is directly in front, and I would say that he has got the power of Freedom Eagle units pushing him along.
That's definitely an extra 5 brake horsepower. I didn't take that into account. They are perfectly fine. They will catch the leaders at some point during this race. Will it be behind an unsafety car? I will gloss over that fact.
Side by side, this is B Gooden on the outside, and that is PK who is there in the position behind, trying to go and get through. This is the race on right now for 11th and 12th at this moment, with VM Knoller then rounding out the top. Well, is a couple laps down, then they've got a little way to get Sloppy Joe just in front. So there are moves that can be had everywhere. Let's push a bit of side by side. Here comes Aerotech down low to go and get the position through 3. And Ancephalosis will have to yield that one. He's got no other choice for it, because that is a lot more pinned down on that inside right now from the Canadian.
Yeah, Ancephalosis' defense, sort of going for the high line, not really defending too much, isn't really working out, just dropping position. I think, once again, for Ancephalosis, consistency is there, but the absolute speed isn't. And it's just, you know, showing in terms of getting overtaken. And you could see there are sparks at the front of this train, just maximising the exit, just getting so close to the barrier. But once again, without that car in close proximity in front, even if you do a perfect lap, you're still losing a little bit of time. So it's so important to not get out of tune with the other drivers.
Lithium Fox, who is down 2 laps, sees a Soy, who is down 2 laps and goes by. You've then got NL Stroopwaffle, who's the last car on the leading lappers now, more side by side. Ancephalosis will see another one go by. This time it's Greedy Me who's going to get there and go through. We got cars down in pit lane at this point in time and trying to deal with the tough days they've had. Small Brunch is one of them. Josh's corner is another.
Indeed, let's see the replay here, see what happens. Was there a little bit of a moment to running wide, and oh, that's a huge tap of the barrier, and oh, that is going to hurt.
And critically, it was at the back of the field where no one was coming around, so no safety car has been called for that. Lucky avoidance there down low. They're just seeing that one late. Oh, yeah.
I think they lost it on the exit of the corner. We'll have to see a different camera angle, but I could see them going sideways.
Oh, would that have been Snow Brunch there? And the
think
reason
it
why
was.
Snow Brunch is out, I think it was.
Yeah, so let's have a look. Just getting oversteer, and I think just going onto the grass there on the exit and into the barrier.
Oh, well, sometimes it happens, and there's not much that can be done from the position. Brendan Hyperstar is in, and that is going to be critical for strategy. As there's the look. Oh,
Ouch.
oh, that's a sickening hit.
Yeah, I hope they let go of their wheel before that incident happens, because that is going to be some bruised wrists, I can tell you that much. But it's terrifying. Even in a simulator, it's terrifying when you start heading toward that wall and there's nothing you can do after such a little mistake. You don't expect it, and so when it happens, it really hits hard.
It does. Brendan Hyperstar now is going to get the clearance away, and he's going to know how important that clearance is going to be, as he realises that he's going to be almost a lap down now, and his strategy now differs from those here, and trying to get a little bit of an offset here on the strategy. I wonder whether this is to try and get track position to get back up to Mia Rose.
I think so. You've got to do something different. You've got to try and use that pace, because you know, in qualifying they were kind of the fastest drivers, or if you want to argue that, in the group of fastest drivers. So definitely a little bit more pace than Mia Rose, I think. So there's a confidence thing as well. If you're not confident in how the car is running in dirty air, you want to pit, try and get some clean air, set some fast laps, hopes that it works to your advantage. And now, for Brendan Hyperstar, crucially, you have to hope the caution comes out to sort of reset that strategy and get back those laps that you are effectively giving away, perhaps.
Now Josh Merrin makes the call to jump down in and make the stop necessary, as he counts that one just after lap 50 on lap 52, making the stop and having a good run of things at the moment. Then is Josh Merrin. He'll be happy with it. We've got more deciding that it's their time to dive down in and make their stop. Trundling down pit lane right now is El Taco Man. Then looking for a nice run to say, look, this is how we're going to go. And sometimes you do need a bit of clean air to go and help you out. And more than ever, you've got to be tactical. In comes Reska then from second place.
Yeah, so Reska deciding not to respond, but just, I think, going to the end of their fuel stint. So that would say that Mia Rose has just managed to carry on the fuel a little bit longer, whether that's extra pace, whether that's lifting because of the extra pace, not quite sure. But I think everyone else will be worried how long Mia Rose is being able to go at the moment, as that is Reese making up positions as well there, just trying to get back into the race. And I think that was the overtake on Infratic, which you can see just behind. So Reese's pace is very strong, just unlucky in the opening phase of the race.
Unlucky is the key, and Brendan Hyperstar setting fastest laps out there and really showcasing what it's about. There's a car slow and stopped. Asoy stopped. Asoy stopped on the racing line out there, and he has just taken the tow back to pit. So Asoy getting in trouble. Not enough. It was done too quickly for a caution to come.
Let's see what happened. Oh, just tapping the barrier outside of one, a bit reminiscent of the same incident here. And on to, I think that's the second time they've had that incident, to be fair. So something not going right through one, something really on the inside of turn one, not working to the likings of how they've set up the car with the weight jacker or with their driving style, because that is a complete repeat of what happened.
Yeah, it is very tough right now, and so this is going to be a very important run. Then as Mia Rose comes in and looks to get the stop sorted and say, right, this could be one where I am just going to look and say, I've done a really good stint. I now need to look at my fuel game. I now need to understand where everyone is around me and what sort of advantage/disadvantage am I going to get. There is Brendan Hyperstar. Now what's on the infield, because Mia Rose is going through there on the left-hand side, and clearance is going to be found right there. So Brendan Hyperstar will assume the net lead of the race and will be very, very happy to say, look, I have done that undercut and it's got me the position, but now my tyres are going to pay the price.
Yeah, indeed, maybe he's got some strategy against that. We know how clever Brendan Hyperstar is with using the weight tracker, using the anti-roll bars to make sure that the car is very nicely tuned. That's something about the racing as well. Once your tires start overheating, you've got to play with all of those options and sort of tune them finely every single lap. We talked about it in qualifying, how maybe on lap 3 and 4 the tyres won't be at their best. Well, during the races, it's the exact same thing. If you can dial in the setup or have a preset or a strategy to say, okay, I'm going 1 click less on the anti-roll bars on lap 4 of my stint because of the balance issues, you can gain pace or where other drivers are losing out. So it will be midway through this race where we really see who's on top of things and who is struggling at the moment. As Resca Kyoso making their way back up as well, just getting some overtakes done. The pace still there.
Yep, so there's the pace. Currently, Andrew Petty now leads outright here with those who haven't taken an early stop. Currently, then with 3.6 over Presley Sora. B-Roy currently up into third as it goes. Josh Merrin here in 20th has been trying to get through, one of the earlier takers then of those who came down in and made service for it, and is effectively fourth of those who have come in and make that extra stop. So it's really going to try and work. Presley Sora then hits the limit of what is needed, is going to dive down.
Josh Merrin just having a huge amount. I think an overshoot by. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, who's that?
No, I think that's Steel Horse. Steel Horse live there. Just was it?
Yeah, that's Snowbranch who has locked it up coming into the box, and I tell you what, that Virtuals crew would have just jumped around.
Yeah, indeed, they will have had to jump over the tyres as well if they're bringing out onto the pit lane. So, unfortunate, that's for sure. It loses you about a second, if not more. So, yeah, he'll be kicking himself for that one. But good news is you didn't overshoot completely. So, there is at least a little bit of a redemption right there. But definitely, it's one of those things that makes you cautious later on in the race.
It does. That caution is going to be so important on how do you choose to make your passes? Where do you find the moves? Where do you choose to allow this race to go a certain way or another out there? I know Mia Rose having troubles getting around Darius Rush and Chesnoy Gaming, and just about clears it. Here's Brendan Hyperstar now, the gap that is relied on. B-Roy now for the first time takes laps at the front of the field. It's a busy back stretch though as they work themselves around into turn 3. This is Tom 97 trying to deal with Sparks. This at the moment is a 9th and 10th place battle.
It is indeed top 10, very, very important to be in at the moment. Tom 97 again playing chicken with the barriers, but it looks like it might actually pan out at the moment. Getting the overtake here, will it pan out? I think it might. No, just defending all around the outside, getting the overspeed is the strategy at the moment with those tyres. And you can see the amount of time they dropped actually just there to the tune of 4 or 5 car lengths.
It's so easily done, and Sparks gets the clearance here on a 3-lap down VM Knoller, so they get that sorted. So for Tom 97 and Sparks, they get the clearance through. You've then got the Stag, who is there immediately behind, trying to get on into play. DM Gal, currently now your leader. Now we start getting the seriousness of pit stops then, and more deciding to get it done. Aerotech down now into the lane. Sparks now makes the call. And also, you can see here, as we go on board with the Stag, we also had the likes then of Big T-Man coming in and making stops.
Getting reports that Snowbranch had to retire due to a few mechanical issues, so that's very unfortunate for them. It does happen in the world of sim racing like it does in motorsport. So, yeah, very unfortunate, but we hope they've enjoyed at least the time that they spent out on track. And thinking about those pit stops, it's now that you see how the race leaders have kind of gone for a very different strategy and how everyone else has been able to extend a little bit. That might help them out later on into the race if it carries on under green flag racing.
And that extension, I think, is going to be key as you've got the likes of Tom 97 and Reese both in and making the call. And they're now dealing with traffic and there's contact. High up into a save. Ryan L83. Reflex reaction saves it.
Oh, I don't want to even know the face that he pulled with that one. That is absolute brinksmanship there. I think just turning in, and I tell you what, Miro's just tagged them as if they weren't there effectively, and I don't know how
it's a car off.
held
It's P. Goodin. I think we might have to throw for that. He's big off in the infield, trying to get himself moved. P. Goodin in trouble, and it's on the run to 3, and it is a coming together with a Soy.
Soy really not having the best of races at the moment, so let's see what's happened. Oh, okay, that's just a misread by both of them, just tagging on the inside, and they've both come off so bad for it.
Well, G. Gooden had just come out of the pit, so you can see he's getting up to speed. Asoy would have just completely misjudged this. Look, bang! Where do you go? Asoy is lap traffic after all, and so would go down to the inside and has just completely whiffed.
Yeah, for Deegan, there's nothing you can do about that. They were, as you say, out of the pit lane. They were all the way to the inside. There's not much more you can do for Asoy. That's just a miscalculation. I think possibly the head not in the game after what's happened previously in the race for them. So it's very easy as a driver to get into your head, and that's possibly what's happened.
Yeah, so how are you going to find yourself with all sorts of running out there and saying, look, I'm trying to get myself involved as they all set. So this is going to be a tough run. And so they are looking around, seeing these big issues and going, well, what more do we have to say out there at this point to go and go for it and say, look, I want to go out and make these stops. Charles Wimbley is in, and so it's going to be the last of the runners in. It's now going to be, you're looking at, I think, the Stag only as the one who's now finally in. So the field will cycle, and Brendan Hyperstar will now retain the race lead and will be very happy for the work for it. Reska Kyoso will move up to third, but look at the gap now between first and second. It is now officially next to nothing.
But look how aggressive Mia Rose is playing this, right? I mean, I know it's the fastest line in qualifying, but can you do that for the remainder of the race? You've got more than 130 laps to go. And, you know, you're playing with fire. Every single time you do it, you are really risking spinning out. And when you get oh so close, you're now touching the concrete. That is when it only needs to go wrong once. And you've got 4 corners per lap. So it's such a high probability of something going wrong that I think this is a bit of just an ego play at the moment.
That was a very determined lift there into one. And so there is an element of fuel saving here at this point for Mia Rose. She's got up to the back of Brendan Hyperstar and has figured out, well, I can sit back a little bit, I can wait, and I can make this race just settle itself out a little bit easier from this point on until the end. We're already on lap 66, so we're a third of the way through. Josh Merrin under pressure here. This is Andrew Petty, who will have much better tyres, getting the clearance and the move through. That's a pass for 4.
And you can see how quickly the dirty air plays effect. So Mia Rose might be just settling into that 5/10 of a second gap, just to say, okay, here's the sweet spot for a slipstream for fuel saving, but also where I'm not using up my tyres too much. So it could be a very clever play, as you said, Jake. So well spotted on that one, and I think that is what's going on, because that gap is literally just completely pinned at 5/10 of a second for the entire lap. Now, Charles Wimbley had a very dramatic start to the race, tagging the wall, but they've been making up positions, and that is going to carry on with the unsafety car 4 that is under the firing line as right now. And look how close they can get, which is TK once again. TK filling all of the roles today. He's just that talented. And Charles Wimbley, however, to the inside. TK not defending it, sadly.
No, and decides don't want to out there. Just that's going to be the way it goes. Side by side behind as well as Ancephalos and Big T-Mac are also getting themselves involved right now, just on the fringes of the top 10 and working really hard at this point just to get as much as you can out of it at this race and saying, look, I want to set myself up and look at the long game. We've had a good green flag run. We've only had 1 caution. So if you're looking at this race and you've got these hot conditions, the tyres are going to wear a lot quicker than they normally are. I think drivers are more inclined to lift off a bit more.
You can see the car from Mia Rose just drifting a little bit through the corners there, especially in the mid sort of apex of the corner. Just a little bit of the rear right just slipping out a little bit, and that means that you're overheating the tyre even more. So if you're trying to play it cautious, you need to lift before that starts happening. And I think Mia Rose just trying to get past the back marker here. I think it's just the case you want to maintain that gap of 5/10 of a second. So Mia's going to have to push now to be able to continue saving fuel. So there's so many things that you have to take into account even before you can start to fuel save. This race is all about keeping ahead in the game, and for such a long time, it's all about who has that calmness in the back of their mind.
El Taco Man has just absolutely clobbered the wall at 1 in front of Lithium Fox and has just got away with 1.
That sounds like a very interesting incident to have on replay if a race director can't find it, because by your description, that sounds like a very close one. So let's have a look on board here. Just going into turn 1, a bit of dirty air ahead. So will it be a case of a check-up a little bit? Will it be a case of a different line just on the white line? Oh yeah, understeering. I tell you what, as you said, Jake, that is very, very lucky.
Well, luck is what you make of it, and sometimes you have it and sometimes you don't. That's Andrew Petty, a laps ahead, who goes through and is helping El Taco Man remain 2 laps down out there at this moment in time. So this has certainly been setting itself up as one of these races where you just find your partner and say, right, can we work together and build our margin the way that we need to at this point? There have been some very good runs out there, and saying that's gone through, the car we would have seen around would have been Steel Horse Live there that we'd have gone through and run by at the moment. Back with the Stag, though, can never seem to stay out of the battles here, this time with Sparks, your Season 2 champion.
Yeah, Sparks has been on the pace, but just in dirty air all the time. And the Stag has been glued to their rear axle for the moment. Not anymore, though, as they make the pass on the inside. And I'll tell you what, Sparks was determined to defend that one, trying to punch it on the outside of the corner, but nothing has come of that. So, the Stag making up positions, but how far can they go up the leaderboard? They seem to have the pace, but just struggling to get the overtakes done. That's got to be at least 15 laps behind Sparks before being able to overtake. So, will they make light work of the guys ahead? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, Tom 97 is a very tricky character to try and get by, so keep an eye out on what Tom is going to be able to navigate on the defence. And Cephalosys, who's a lap down, will Sloppy Joe go by in 12th position. And ultimately, they now are looking at, well, where's the margins out there at this point? How good is the fine line that they set themselves with? Because for the moment, Brenda Heidenstart and Mia Rose, 1.3 seconds is the gap that they have to deal with, and then it's been pretty even keel spread until you get back to Presley, Sora and Yellow Vision, who have 2 cars in between them at the moment. So it's a case of this field and the way that we're seeing this 500 go, a lot more spread out, a lot more of this race is going to be about who finds what. And right now, we've got only 11 cars within half a minute.
Yeah, indeed, a big gap to Jamgal. So Jamgal basically just trying to keep within at least sight of the leading train, as they say. So it's very, very tricky when that happens. Big T Mac just checking up a little bit there to not get too close to the wall. And that is just, I mean, it's going to put pay to any sort of attack that you can have into turn 1. Again, the Stag so very close to Tom 97. And that can mean that just putting under pressure through 2, you really want to try and get a huge launch out of here, maybe use the hybrid boost. Tom 97 should be wise to that, being an F1 driver on those games. So you should be mastering the hybrid at that point. And Tom 97 not even close to being challenged into 3. That's what we'd like to see it. Josh Merrin into the pit road. And this could be another cycle of stops for anybody on the same strategy.
So this is going to be where Josh Merrin is now starting to be interesting in terms of this race. He's the first to come in, and oh, there's a big wreck on the back. There's a big wreck on the back. NL Stroopwaffle's caught out. DM Gow's in the barriers on the wall on the outside of turn 2. Surely now there's got to be a safety car that's got to be thrown for it. Surely now, look at the limping that's being done. Car stranded. There's Alexander Rossi levels that you've got to get a safety car out there and checking for this here. There goes the safety car that's finally out then at this point in time. And a very tough incident then that goes through. There was already one lost at turn 2.
Oh, can you believe it? You avoid the incident and then just in rejoining where you can't see anything through the smoke, they just collide. Can you believe it? That's so unfortunate for both drivers there, but yeah, that happens on oval racing. It's such high speed. It's just the fact of you have to try and anticipate what the other drivers are going to do, and it's not possible.
So, a chance to breathe right now. And look, you're trying to do everything you can to avoid it. Just trying to hold the brakes. He's got it in neutral. And then you're slap bang in the middle of the road. And then, look, that's the two then that come around and go by you. So DM Gal just getting desperately unlucky in that position. It now allows another chance to reset. And this will be interesting for Josh Merrin in terms of where he is, because Josh would have just about, I think, survived it. So Brendan Hyperstar, I think, has got a little bit lucky out there with that short fill. I think he'll lose more time again in the stop. But ultimately, that is a really interesting break point as we're now heading towards that halfway stage of the race.
Yeah, indeed. It kind of puts the strategy in a very awkward zone, and I think a lot of drivers will be possibly waiting to see what everyone else is doing. But I want to also comment on Asoy. That is the third time from recollection that they have had an incident after turn 1. So there is something going drastically wrong with the way they have the car set up, or with the way they're just working the car through turn 1, because it's gone wrong on basically the same 5 meters of tarmac.
Yeah, and turn 2, again, it's the exit of 1, short shoot run into 2. Now, I'd expect Hayden Gullis to stay out because he's trying to get his lap back, but the top 3 come in. Andrew Petty's 4th position is going to come in. Is Presley Sora now going to dive in with Yellow Vision and B-Roy? Yes. So they're all going to decide to make this. Now, this becomes a battle of your boxes. Mia's in the 4th box. Reska's in the 2nd box. Brendan Hyperstar, by being the pole sitter, is going to be in the 1st box out there. So Mia Rose will be the first one stopped. They will get fuel. They will get tyres out there. And it's how quickly can you go and navigate and get that back? Drive off the pits is going to be critical. And Mia's going to get up to speed, but it's going to be slower on the response. And that's interesting there that Brendan doesn't want to give it, so Mia gets the place.
Very curious, that's for sure. And you're just seeing, I think, maybe mental games at this point, and you might even find that Brendan Hyperstar is actually better off. Yeah, Brendan Hyper, actually, that is overtaking in pit lane, and I'm not sure you're allowed to do that.
No, it's gonna have to give it back.
Yeah, so this could be an interesting one, and it has been given back.
And now they are still your leaders out there as they will settle themselves into place. And note that they now sit then Hyperstar, Rose, Kyoso, your top 3. Then it's Andrew Petty, Yellow Vision, then getting a really good run. That's Aaron Smith out there, who is now into 5th. And they will now note the next group will need to make sure that they get the wave around that is necessary here, get themselves back onto the leading lap. I mean, Snorebrunch isn't out there, he's retired the car, but Soy, again, 6 laps down, and they don't have infinite fast repairs to keep them in. You've only got 5. Once you burn through your fast repairs, you are going to see you will start to see retirements.
Yeah, they've used 3, at least 3 of their fast repairs with those big incidents after turn 1, so yeah, that's very unfortunate for them, but they will have to play it cautious from now on, because we're not halfway yet, and you want to realistically see the end of the race at least, even though you may not be getting a good result. So yeah, this is kind of last opportunity, last chance already for drivers like Osoy that have been in the wars at the start. And for drivers that haven't used any fast repairs, it's also the opposite. They can start to pile on the pressure to drivers that have maybe been in the incidents, knowing that they can get back into the race.
There's Hayden Gullis out there with the wall of memorabilia that is out there at this point in time. He's in red here today with those light blocking shades on and trying to get things sorted. As our producer says, it's a wall of tap, John.
I mean, I can't say that because there are Legos in the background, so there is some quality in the background, okay? So, and Garrett, our producer, is not agreeing with me. So, over to you, Jake.
I would argue there might be some tat, but as is the phrase, John, one man's tat is another man's treasure.
I'm just looking behind me to the endless wall of Raddy models that I have behind me, so I'm not going to say anything about my setup, that's for sure. But it's something to decorate. Lots of colours, let's say, at least.
Yes, it is Hayden's Technicolor wall of tat, apparently, according to Gareth Allen. that is there at the moment. So this should be a good run out there at this point, and so can you find a way to move on up forward? Now, in terms of biggest movers, TK is the best mover out there at the moment. Started 28, is 9th.
That is impressive, really. You know, just being able to pile on the pressure to other drivers, profit from mistakes, working their way up the order. That's what you want to do in the top 10 at the end of the day. So, you know, you can only go forwards from here normally, because that top 10 normally is quite clean. It's after that that the pressure really gets to drivers. So I'm hoping they could have a good second half of the race as well.
Well, this second half of the race, I think, is going to tell you something here. Who's going to want to be a little bit more aggressive? Who's going to want to start going for those percentage moves that are so critical to a way a race like this is running? And I think you've seen a lot of the same characters up at the front. I'm interested to see what Andrew Petty does to move on up from 13th to 4th. We haven't seen much of Yellow Vision out there at this stage. Maybe even B-Roy can start making some progress. I'm looking at those who are outside the top 10. How did they start moving up forward? How did they find what is necessary here, John?
Tricky is the answer, because, you know, you've got a lot of work to do. You've got to try and outthink the drivers in front of them. The easiest way to get overtakes done is to overtake them during the pit window. So you've got to try and come up with a strategy where you're either hoping to light fuel, overtake drivers, and then have another caution if that happens. Cautions do lead to other cautions after all. Or fuel long and hope the other drivers are going for a shorter stint. It's just really all about surviving that midfield, and you have to get lucky. As I said previously, if you get into the top 10, normally that means you're going pretty well. So definitely, from looking at the previous incident during the race, just survival at the moment in the midfield.
Survival is going to be critical, and we have seen how important this survival has been, and I guess the clearest place has been getting clean air. But I want to talk about the trials and tribulations of Charles Wimbley, going a couple laps down and has already found a way back to 7th place.
It's an incredible drive, I must say. Just to have that first incident within the opening laps, I think actually it was on lap 1 they hit the wall, and to have that knock of confidence that we talk about and that real-life IndyCar drivers talk about. If you hit the wall early on and you manage to get away with it, it still knocks your confidence and you don't push 10 tenths and just go for it. To come back from that, to do overtakes, to go around the outside of people, and now to work your way back into the top 10, verging on a top 5 if the restart goes well. That is something that you have to pay attention to if you are ahead of them, because that's a driver that has gone through the works in terms of building themselves back up, and now they've got the confidence, they will be gunning for you.
So, as far as that sits, it's going to be a really, really good chance then for those who are looking to try and get the fuel service to try and get themselves going a little bit longer. But it's a really good start to this race. We've had a number of issues here and there, of a solo car incident here, a solo car incident there, but a couple of them just tagging other drivers, just the pitfalls of Indianapolis. And, you know, this circuit here, the Brickyard, it is one of the more annoying circuits to try and make sure you've got everything sorted together in. And I use the word annoying because as you are trying to get yourself in through the corners, you can do the same thing twice and realize that the car's not going to respond the same way 2 times in a row. Yeah,
it's so precision engineering. You know, past 200 miles per hour, you are working with 0.001 percentile type adjustments. And even, as I've mentioned before, even just playing with the weight jacker just really messes with the balance of the car. Playing with anything to do with driving style as well, just being more aggressive on the wheel, more aggressive on liftoff, or more aggressive on re-accelerating after the corners to 100%. You can change how the car works, and if the tires drop for any reason outside of that perfect temperature window or get excessive wear on them, then you are playing with fire. And we've seen it so many times from the drivers where just a miscalculation by 0.01% is enough to spin you round into the wall. So the drivers currently at the front of the grid are those managing that risk versus reward. But as we've said, it only takes one time for it to go wrong and you throw away the entire race.
Speaking of which, Tiamat Marduk, who has been mired down near the back of the field, a legend of the Creator Series scene out there. He has been Mr. Creator Series for a very long time, and I think you would set down and situate that, again, he's in a position where it's not quite gone the way he's wanted to so far, but he would love an opportunity to get up into the order, into the top 20, the top 15, have a really good chance to fight for it late on. But you often see here at Indianapolis, drivers who are at the front aren't always at the front. Sometimes, John, you have to buy your time and say, right, we'll make slow gains and then we'll make a really big push for it late on in the race to get those places up.
Yeah, Hayden is an incredible driver. He has got pace, he's got consistency when he wants it, and the only
fear of first.
The only, well, yeah, that too, and I was about to say the only chink in the armor is quite literally the fact that he wants to be first on lap 1, and so he often goes for moves that are slightly too risky, and it doesn't always end up paying off. And I think we're seeing that this race, just trying to get too many positions too soon. And every single time it's like making good progress, incident, right back to where you started, and you've got to build yourself up again. So he's one of those drivers that has to pay attention now to those quick repairs, because you don't have an infinite amount of them, and you will run out, and then you can't demonstrate your pace.
No, you definitely can't there. There was an issue, actually, about a lap ago going along the run, and I was just trying to catch who it was that had also ran into those same issues. It would have been potentially a lap and a bit ago. There was a car off in the background, and I think it's Asoy who has gone into the back of Josh's corner.
Oh dear, it doesn't get better for Asoy, does it? This has been a race to forget for them, that's for sure. Let's see if we can see a replay here. So, just pushing. Interesting, they got the same livery there as well. So, yeah, Asoy just... I think this is just rejoining the pack. Yeah, let's have a look. So they're still sort of pushing at the moment. There's no cars in front. And yeah, I think what we're going to see is they're going to join the back of the pack, and then Asoy's not going to notice that. So let's have a look and see what happens here. Still pushing, still flat out. So Asoy has a clear line of view for what's about to happen, and they still go into the back. So they can clearly see the cars in front because they moved out of the slipstream to have a look, and they've still misjudged it. I don't know how to explain that one, Jake, I'll be honest.
I would understand that as the left foot needs a bigger brick.
Fair. Yeah, fair enough, yes. I will say, actually, that is something to pay attention to, because I know a lot of sim racers sometimes set up their brake pedal to be super stiff to press for ovals, because you don't want to tap the brake and have 100%. You only want to use 10-20% of the brake at maximum, otherwise you'll spin out anyway. So it could actually be that they went for the brake pedal, realized they're not pressing hard enough, and just panicked, went into the back of them.
Yeah, and that panic's going to be critical. And we've got another car spun around on the backstretch now. It's Punju.
Punju, another driver, just not having a great day, are they?
He's done it on his own as well.
Oh, it doesn't look like there's any damage to the car. I'm checking right now, but this might be just a tire warming exercise. Let's have a look at what happens here. So, I mean, at some point, the producer's laughing in my ear, which is fair enough, to be fair. Because,
Ericsson hit him. Ericsson hit him.
It is a tire warming exercise, just not the optimal one.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Marcus Ericsson has gone and hit him, clearly, in a scenario like this. So Punju will look at that, and I would say he's ran out of points to use in his build, and it's not quite paid off.
I think one of the rare times that I can say Punju ran out of talent there, sadly. And it's just the fact that I think just not paying attention. We've all done it on our live streams. We read the chat or we read something in the background, and all of a sudden there's a car in front of you, and it's Ericsson, and it's clearly his fault.
Yeah, absolutely. No other way of describing it. Ericsson has clearly hit him out there at this point. Brendan Hyperstar, Mia Rose, Reska Kyoso, your top three out there as they have put themselves through. And this is a chance to actually talk about those who have made good progress, who are outside of the top 10. The Stag and Sparks both up 11 spaces right now in this race. We haven't talked anything either about Darius Rush, who started 33rd on the grid and is now 17th.
There's a huge amount of drivers now that we're listing them that have just profited from everyone else. And again, just to be P17, I mean, Darius has just done whatever they can to just get back up the order. And I think this is a great place to restart from, because you're toward the mid-pack, which is where things can go wrong, but it creates opportunities for you to profit from that. And so I think they're one of the drivers that should go out of the blocks saying, look, I'm going to have to be aggressive. I need to get myself out of the danger zone and up the order. And hopefully it pays off for them.
Absolutely. We hope it does. We're on a manual safety car throw out here for this Creator 500. We're just waiting to get one car back onto the leading lap, which is Steelhorse Live, who has just exited the pits out there. And once Steelhorse has been able to get out and around and back into position on the rear of Lithium Fox, then we will have the ability to go back and running. And again, more drivers at the rear deciding to elect for service. Ryan L83, the second of the unsafety cars out there, which is Scotty Designs. You've got the likes of D. Goodin coming in and getting service, as well as Hayden Gullis once again. So they're very happy out there with what they are doing and getting service. And critically, unlimited tyre sets.
Yes, that is a big advantage.
Look at
And
Lightning McQueen out there on the front for Ryan L83. He's going to channel his inner oval.
yeah, indeed, he's got to get back out before the pace car, but I think he'll manage that, no problem. But yeah, you've just got to. I mean, having that on. I just want to say, having that on the microphone would be way distracting for me. I must say, just seeing. Hang on a minute.
Oh, Punju's done it again.
I saw some tyre smoke then. I was about to say, not again, please.
Yeah, again. Punju's done it again on the back of B-Roy again.
I mean, do it. No, clearly the cousin of Marcus Ericsson this time was at fault.
His long-lost twin brother.
Oh dear, Punju. I can sort of semi-laugh at this one, but yeah, it's the exact. I mean, no, actually, it's different. Oh, that right.
Yeah,
front.
that's. Oh, he's lucky. He's lucky. He's
very
got away
lucky.
with it.
But at least on this one, there was an actual checkup, right? Because the last one was just driving into it.
We agree. And there's trouble already at the back, so they've got the call, and they've got the call late. So just like that, we're back underway again. Reska Kyoso's been overtaken by Andrew Petty. We're back to running, and Fratic's got a jump start, and so he's going to get himself a whole heap of trouble out there for all of that that's gone through, and a whole host of drivers then at the back will have penalties that they will have to go and get that sorted. So at least right now, side by side for the lead, Miro's trying to go for it. Brendan Hyperstar ultimately holding that placement, but it's now time to get yourself into position.
Yeah, for the front two, they've definitely gone away clean here. That's what we want to see. But in the midfield, gaps being created. Oh, there's a driver spinning round with, I think, a little bit of Greedy Meat. I think maybe having a bit of rear wing damage that I maybe saw there, but it looks like they've dropped it. No, everything's fine on the car, so maybe just getting it too much on the inside. They were too wide, so I have to see if we can get a replay of that. But they've gotten very, very lucky with that one.
Well, was already down on the bottom, I think, was pinched down a little bit there by encephalosis, and Greedy Me just had to take the turnaround. That's how difficult it can be sometimes. On these restarts, was able to save it. Now there's going to be more contact. Infratic and Sloppy Joe come together, and it's Infratic up on the top side of the wall, dragging along turn 4. Sparks will jump up and gain a place, and Infratic, who's got a penalty, now is going to have damage to serve, and I think he's going to try and find a gap in the traffic to get down into the pits.
I'm not sure if they can, because I think they've got damage on both front tyres, so this may not even be a possibility to get into the pit lane. Let's see if we can see what happened here. So was it just a case of contact? Did something go wrong? Infratic, oh, he just tagged.
That was
that is not his fault right there.
Well, it was so square from Infratic there that the line was always pinching on someone who was on the inside. So I think a little lapse of concentration, not quite understanding the bearings and surroundings, and that made life really difficult. Here's Reska Kyoso in 4th position, really trying to jump up. Sorry, I'll correct myself. This is Yellow Vision in 6th position on the back of Presley Sora, who's in that 5th place, who is trying to find as much movement as possible up the order. And right now, is going to be staring with Wembley, with big T-Mac moving up. T-Mac now up double digits.
Yeah, big T-Mac again, just a driver that has shown that they can really push the limit sometimes here. They've been doing some great overtakes there, and you can see just Yellow Vision stuck in the dirty air at the moment. But Precisaur is doing a good job still keeping the gap to leaders in a reasonable condition. 1.3 seconds though, a little bit more than you want to see. And you can see they are dropping time now. That slipstream no longer in effect past the 1 second mark. And this is where the gap is formed. So if you are Yellow Vision, you have to get past right now and try and close the gap to the leaders. Reska Kyoso effectively has carte blanche to go and attack the top 3.
Yeah, definitely does. And so you can say if you've got a free license to go and attack, you might as well go and use it. It's really busy now here as we focus with Andrew Petty in 3rd place, on for 13th, because you've got Josh Merrin trying to gain those places back that he lost by being caught out of cycle in the pit stops.
And definitely for Josh, it's going to be one of those things where if he's the last person to pit as well, he'll have more fuel on board as
the
well.
black DM gal in the wall.
Not ideal. A lot of drivers having, oh, that's a huge amount of damage, and we are hearing that maybe Tiamat Marduk might be out of this race for not serving a penalty. So yeah, disqualification right there. Unfortunate once again for Tiamat Marduk during the Indy 500.
Well, shame. But at the moment, this is the DM Gal incident. Oh, just so low, and then in the wheelhouse, and then ultimately run over.
What can you do about that? It's just the nature of oval racing. If you make a small mistake or get involved in an incident, you've got about 6 cars behind you that have no room to just lift off or brake or do anything really in terms of reacting in 0.2 of a second. So yeah, if you get involved in an incident in a pack, you're probably going to get connected. And just see how close drivers are getting. I think that was TK just millimeters away from the wall.
Yeah, very much was. And now with Yellow Vision, he's now dropped a couple places here to Charles Wembley. And now it's Wembley's decision now to try and chase down Presley Sora. They've got T-Mac on the back. Then they've got TK. That's not confusing. T-Mac, then TK. Then the Stag directly behind that as well as they look to set. So this is an important group right now. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th that are currently 5 seconds out then at this moment. Infratic, another driver who has been disqualified.
Indeed, it can be so difficult to just follow the rules or the flags that are going on if you're involved in a high sort of an intensity race. And I must say I've done it myself as well once. So yeah, I can understand that drivers may not be paying full attention to the flags and what they need to do. And Hayden Gullis just going for the ultra aggressive moves, and that's 2 spots in 1.
Yeah, Sloppy Joe with damage. That's the reason why it's not confirmed yet, because Scotty Designs is holding his ground very well in the unsafety car too. B-Roy trying to work back through. So too Lithium Fox out there as the teal and I would say aqua cars are looking to try and make their ways by. On board then with B-Roy. It's then going to be to the inside. Oh, it's contact! And B-Roy's going to go hard into the wall on the exit there of turn 1. And it's going to be a massive slide that's going to put him in with a massive amount of damage. He's limping about now. And that is the face of resignation. Alert to the camera that says, I know.
Yeah, I think the rear tire's gone as well. I saw that as soon as they approached turn 1. I was like, Tom's going to drift a little bit wide through the turn. There's not much you can do. So B-Roy doesn't defend the inside, and Tom 97 goes, I'm going for this one, but just a little bit on drifting up. Oh, Lithium Fox, sorry. Yes, indeed it is. My apologies.
There's not much you can do there. Just the amount of dirty air that would be there for Lithium Fox to go and navigate through. Really tough scenario. We stay green here at Indianapolis, and we're only a handful of laps away from half distance being score complete here, and this is going to be a really good job. Gareth is still going to blame Tom 97 for that one. B-Roy, air your grievances like Sebastian Buemi.
Well, if you take similar liveries, you're from the same team, right? So you can be blamed. That's how it works in the world of motorsports, I guess. So there you go. But indeed, they're just trying to carry on the laps. And I think for a lot of drivers right now, seeing the amount of incidents, there are some drivers that are just saying, maybe I'll play it a little bit cooler at the moment because it's a bit hectic out there. And you need some laps to sort of compose yourself.
Trouble for Scotty. He's had a big off coming through 2. He was shallow in, and he got the wall and a couple drivers of D. Good and VM Knoller, and that's put him in the infield right now. And I'm not sure he's making it back. They might have to throw a safety car for him, but I doubt he's going to get one.
Okay, so they tagged the wall on the entry, then got on the grass trying to compensate, and then the wall on the exit. That's not ideal whatsoever. So you could see the car was unsettled even going into the turn. So it's just gone from bad to worse. Let's see, just a tap of the wall there. Only a millimetre, but it's enough to unsettle the car. Then on the white line, and then into the barrier, and then crash there with another car. So, yeah, for Scotty, that's going to be one that resets his confidence, that's for sure.
Yeah. And still there, still trying to
get it back.
Desperately drag it back. They will throw white mechanical flags out there to say, look, there's a slow car out there, but ultimately it's at the discretion of race control whether they're going to throw something out there for him, because he's desperately trying to limp back like a tortoise at this moment and just trying to get any form of rotation in on a car that really just does not want to drive.
You got one-wheel drive and you're trying to drag it through grass, and I mean, car boot sale from our director, but I don't see the boot on there, to be fair. I think he might be selling spare parts, though, for an Indy car. That's my assumption.
Yellow flag's going to come out for it, and I tell you what, race control was a buyer.
Indeed, race control trying to just throw a little bit of kindness out there for Scotty, for the indomitable spirit of trying to get back to the pits, that's for sure.
Well, apparently the warning from race control is that Scotty was a danger, and I would argue, yes, he is when things slightly don't go his way.
Scotty is a danger on track. But, I thought race control was meant to announce things that were new. But for the moment, during this race, Scotty was actually having a really good one. So that's very, very unfortunate for them, that's for sure. But race is not over. That's the good thing. And I think, looking at the board, they have at least some fast repairs left as well. And indeed, we are halfway.
And so with being halfway, it will, well, as we cross the line at the end of this lap, we will be at 100 laps to go. And we will confirm that Brendan Hyperstar has the lead of this race and is well on course at this moment, John, to repeating his heroics of 9 months ago and saying he is looking at back-to-back Creator 500s.
It's kind of been a different race for Brendan Hyperstar this time, because last time out, I remember Brendan Hyperstar having like a 0.2 of a second per lap buffer to everyone else, and that meant they could take a different pit stop strategy, lift and coast, fall back into the pack and then rejoin the front when they wanted to, as we're going to see literally everyone dive into the pit lane. And this race is different. You've got Reska Kyoso, you've got Brendan Hyperstar, you've got Andrew Petty, for example, and even Presley Sora, who dropped 2 seconds back just before the caution. They all have the pace to challenge Brendan Hyperstar. And what that means is Brendan, I think, is having to push a lot harder.
Ryan stayed out, and I think that's going to be important to note here as this all goes, because Ryan will be the only car out there in the front when everyone else has taken some service. VM Knoller as well. So 2 out there that are on a different strategy and are calling the halfway stage of the race and said, it's not enough time. We're gonna do something different. We're gonna stay out. We're gonna try and get another quick caution.
Yeah, indeed, it can happen. It can be a good call. We haven't had really a pace car called out right after another one, so it's a bold strategy at the moment. Race control are preferring to let the drivers race after a restart, so we'll have to see if that changes. If it does change, they've selected the right strategy. For Ryan, I think it also might be just a choice of, I've still got half a tank of fuel, I want some clean running out in front because I've been involved in too many incidents. So it might just be a confidence thing, trying to regain that pace, regain that composure, and it can work out for a driver toward the end of the race. You've just got to get lucky now with the strategy and with the further pace cars.
So Ryan's just said, I am going to be P1, but only the caution laps, which indicates to me, watch him go to the left. No, he's going to stay out. I reckon that he's going to be in the lead. And then very quickly, he will see those behind driving on past him on fresher tyres. I think that's what he's maybe alluding to.
Yeah, indeed. If there was somebody hedging bets on whether Ryan would lead a lap, Ryan's doing them favours, let's say, that way, even if it is caution laps. So it's I think it's just a strategy for content, to be fair, and Ryan's right in doing that, just saying I led a lap of the Indy 500 in his next YouTube video, which is an excellent title for sure. But yeah,
it's not clickbait because he did.
Indeed, yes, indeed. It's mildly clickbait, which is the right kind of clickbait. For
it's technically correct, which is the best kind of correct.
Quite rightly so. And hang on a minute, this is Ben back out on track.
He's been undisqualified.
Well, that's an interesting one. How many laps down is he? Let me check.
I am just having a look. 7.
Well, he's got a lot of green flag racing to do right now under the pace car. He's got a lot of laps to catch up. But I think...
he's been out of the car for a while, John, so now he's refreshed. He might as well.
He's had the chance to grab a coffee, to just have a bit of a chit-chat, and now he's right back at it. To be fair, there are worse cases for rejoining the Indy 500.
Yeah, and so critically for Tim Marduk, a chance to get back in on this when we've got 5 cars out of the race who have declared themselves out and done. They are Snowbrunch, Stroopwafel, Steel Horse, Live and Asoy, which means we've lost 2 content creators and we have lost 2 from the creator community out there as the 4 that are not there, which means at this moment we currently have, running Emphatic as well, we currently have 33 cars out there, which means we have a full Indy 500 field. It's only taken 100 laps to separate the wheat from the chaff.
And now that Jake has said that, his commentators cursed at least 10 cars for the next 10 laps. So let us have a look at some replays behind the... this is just before the caution came out. So this... Okay, this is from earlier on in the race. So lap 5, this was the collision with the wall with Chesnoy, so just getting a little bit out of shape. Lap 12 moving on now with Asoy. I think this was the first incident here with the wall, and it was a big one, wasn't it? Just the shunt in there, and it kind of created the disaster run for Asoy, and they never really recovered from that very much, did they, Jake?
No, definitely didn't, and it created lots of drama, especially for Smilerful here, who on that restart found a way to avoid, and Tiamat Marduk ultimately going spiralling down pit lane, nearly taking the tower out for residents as well, on what was a massive hit there along the main run. And so a lot needed to be uncorked then as they went through, knowing just how tough of a day it was. DM Gal also in the first 100 laps into trouble. One car spun out then, and then straight back across then off of the wall. Nowhere to go for DM Gal, another driver who has been caught out in the walls. And Greedy Me, another one who found a big one. This was on the restart, then just getting down low and loose, and so easily done there with the curb.
I was so close to recovering it as well, and that's terrifying when you're staring at the front of the car and you've got like 500 million cars going past. And this was how Infratic ended the race effectively in the barrier, and just having that left front punched out, no way to turn in the wall, and a huge amount of damage.
And this is the most recent one. This is B-Roy, who pushed himself then through the long right, got the tag there with Lithium Fox, and heavy into the wall up on the top side. So easily done to get yourself caught up in all of that. Can I just note here, John, out there at this point, as we take a look at Scotty's incident, I don't think I've ever seen Fabio finish a race.
It's been an unfortunate run of bad luck, let's say, and just being in the wrong place at the wrong time, for sure. But somehow, Fabio likes the content. Fabio likes it when it's someone else crashing. It's just the fact that he's chosen spots to be in where he's the one on the receiving end of the incident.
I'm sure that he's read Taki Inoue's book or something out there, so that would have been a tough run for him as we still await the cars then to get back onto the leading lap. Hayden Gullis currently 1 lap down. Scotty Designs at 3, Tiamat Marduk at 4. Once they're in position, we're back out there and going again for running. But they won't mind the laps that they lead here at the moment under this, because they can switch the fuel strat out there and go to mix 5 effectively out there, John. And that will allow them basically to say, we're under this caution period. We don't have to do too much about it. And we're on a pure 100% 100% fuel save at this point.
Yeah, for sure, and it's so important for the guys out in front on half a tank of fuel. They'll want to take as much as that. I think that's Fiam Canola in the pits and Ryan into the pits. So scratch that. They are going for the full fuel up now, and for the other drivers, they'll have only lost about 2 laps of fuel really because of that fuel saving. So effectively, when we go green flag racing, there might be an offset of 3 or 4 laps between the drivers, but they'll still get a very good stint out of it. The thing they have to worry about really with all of this the laps behind the pace car is the cold tyres, because there's a limited opportunity to warm up your tyres on for the race restart, and if you go into that turn 1 and you get understeer with so many cars close, it can be disastrous.
It really can, and I tell you what, as we look at Presley Sora at the moment, it's been, for those nearer the front, a pretty simple 500, it has to be said. They haven't had these big marauding charges through. In saying that, they are very close to it, the way that the 93 of Andrew Petty has worked from 13th up to 3rd, a gain of 10. I think the longer that this goes, because you've now got Yellow Vision down the order a bit more, Josh Marin is still laboured back there in 17th, there is a bigger chance for these big runs to start working forward. Brendan Hyperstar has been running roughshod here from the front of this pack and is going to be a very, very tricky customer to go and beat. But Reska Kyoso, every time, has been the antidote for it. These two were A and A1 positions throughout the entirety of Season 3.
For sure. They've been sort of the class examples of how to just be consistent, be calm and comfortable. We saw Brendan Hyperstar, every time he gets out of the car, it's as if he hasn't raced a lot at all. He's just very smiley, very just on top of things, and at the front of the pack at the moment, they're exactly where they want to be. So I think really the question marks are on Mia Rose at the moment, because we know Reska Kyoso and Brendan Hyperstar can really duke it out at the front, but Mia Rose has been sort of the driver where they've been fighting at the front, but maybe not on equal terms for the previous Creator Series season. Now's their big chance to get into the big cars and sort of duke it out. Will they have the mental fortitude to just keep it going to lap 200?
Well, there's a lot of understandings of how much drivers love to race. I know that Brendan Hyperstar did time slot 1 and time slot 3 of the Indy 500 fixed out there and was an incredible driver to watch, and ultimately results that went to the likes then of Robert Malechka III, who matched then Brendan Traino for 3 wins in iRacing Indy 500s in the traditional time slot of 6 p.m. BST or 1 p.m. Eastern time slot, which is the one that is used for all the history books out there. But critically, there is also the understanding that a lot of people want to go into the Indy 500 Open and qualify themselves into the 33 drivers it takes there. And when you've got your top 2 at the moment as 2 drivers who are, well, one is definitely in at the moment in Brendan Hyperstar, the other one in Reska Kyoso, sitting about 45th and is going to need to find on average pace lap, John, about, I would say, half a tenth of a second. Half a tenth of a second. You're looking at 2 very, very talented drivers going out there and saying, look, we want to go out there and push. And the drivers behind are really talented. Andrew Petty is a lightning quick super formula driver. Mia Rose, she's been out there and she's raced pretty much everything for well over a decade, and she's been wonderful to watch out there. Presley Sora is a really good driver.
And you need to have a great driving, but also the speciality of this racing, you know, that extra half a tenth of a second doesn't come from nowhere, and you've got to have the confidence to go and get it. And I think that's what these front 2 have at the moment. It's just the knowledge and understanding of having done so many laps, so many races in these cars, that it's just natural for them to know exactly what to do. And Hayden Gullis in the pits once again to get the most amount of fuel. He loves doing this strategy. This is a normal thing for him, just trying to get the sort of overcut on everyone else, maybe getting him a good strategy for the end of the race. He's betting everything on that. But as you said, loads of drivers that can win this race. They just have to outrace the top 2 at the moment, because the top 2 have the experience to outwit them effectively.
I do note that Sloppy Joe actually did just jump out of the car and is going to need to get back up to pace really quickly, else this is going to be one where he will miss the start. out there and say this could be one where I'm many laps down and I'm just trying to buy my way to the end of this one. Brendan Hyperstar will have control of this restart with Reska Kyoso and Andrew Petty then just behind looking to push. The Stag and Sparks inside the top 10, as is Tom 97 looking to go and make some good pushes. How aggressive do you want to be? We know that Brendan is one of the best when it comes to being out there in clean air. Pace Truck will move over, right side of screen, left side of circuit, and now it's about the launch of the green flag to say, let's try and work this restart well. Green flag in the air, back underway, 93 laps to go at Indy.
Indeed, and it's going to be a good start by Brendan Hyperstar once again, but that is the Stag on the inside looking to get some moves on. That is, I think it's Big T-Mac. Yes, it is indeed. But Big T-Mac trying to run it around the outside, getting that overspeed and maintaining the position. But the Stag just cutting to the inside, trying to get some clean air, trying to
look at the defense.
Force the gap. And the defense is great at the moment. Mia Rose trying to get into the big three there, trying to get into the top three, but no gap found as well.
Well, it's getting busy out there as TK gets dropped back now. Yellow Vision pushing around the outside in the all-yellow machinery. Gets another one sorted. So backwards through the pack you go. And a really important restart there that has looked absolutely squeaky out there from everyone who has been pushing it to the level. Sloppy Joe wasn't able to get back out and sorted. Tiamat Marduk's got a penalty and it's going to have to go and serve this one, and he won't get himself the undisqualification twice out there through the efforts that goes. Now they start to wriggle about on circuit. It's what we call the serpentine as everyone chases the draft of everybody else. Oh,
it's contact. Yeah, just contact. I think that was with Yellow Vision just tagging a little bit, and Yellow Vision just a bit of understeer on the apex, and they collided with the wheels. I think Sparks has a bit of damage now. Will it's Bit Road that's collected someone. I think that might have been Punju collected.
Oh, it's a big one on the straight, and Cephalosis upside down and spinning. He's caught the top of someone they're going to have to throw for. It's a massive accident right now. Greedy Meat's been caught. Yellow flags are out for the safety car.
Oh, dearie me, that incident all started with their Sparks colliding in background. So that's Antiphalosis that's been hit. I think was that Lithium Fox in that incredible scenes. Ancephalosis doing God knows how many rolls there. Just the car never ending and then ending up on its roof. That was a big one. That will throw confidence, and I'm just hoping they're okay, because sometimes when you collect the sim wheel, and that's Hayden Gullis, after having pitted, they've collected, or been collected, I should say. So that strategy has not worked out either.
That's what we call afters, and really tough to deal with there for Hayden, as he looked to try and keep himself out of trouble, and ultimately finds himself then a little bit caught up and unlucky. But that's sometimes the way it goes. They've had some good running. Now the stakes are starting to raise because they're over halfway. They want to be in positions to win. And you're just not going to get drivers who set themselves back and say, look, we're going to just be patient and try and get to the final 30. They're going to start making moves now, because if you think, I want to be in position for 30, you think, well, I want to be in position for 60 and I want to be in position for 90.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you can carry on like that right until the end of the race. At some point, you just have to get some clean driving in. And, yeah, you can see the amount of cars right now in the pits with damage. Some of them won't have any fast repairs left. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But, yeah, just so tricky. And I think Hayden Gullis was colliding with Darius Rush, to be fair. I think that was the driver that was collected in that as well. So I think Darius just got loose a little bit. Hayden had nowhere to go. It's just, again, you're oval racing, you have to be attentive what's happening, and you've also got to accept that sometimes there's just no way of avoiding a collision. It happens at such high speed. You're on banking, you can't just turn the car to avoid it, and sometimes you just have to take the roll of the dice. Sometimes it doesn't go in your favour, but I think for Mia Rose, this caution was actually great as well, because they had a really bad restart after just challenging the top three. They fell back, and they were in danger of being passed. So this reset will be a chance to just solve anything that might be going wrong and go at it again.
Yeah, and if you have the chance to go find whatever it is that you need, you know how very tough this race has been in terms of setting itself out in its stall, because now you are starting to get it a little bit more stop-start because the instants are getting bigger. And as far as this goes around, I've just had a comment that says I look like a Reddit mod.
I don't even know what to say about that one, Jake.
I think it's correct. I think it's correct. I don't mod any Reddit channels or anything like that. I think it's correct, though.
Look, you can take that as a compliment in that you have a lot of knowledge of racing. There you go.
Okay, I'm going to be Reddit mod then of this iRacing Indy of this Creator Series 500. How does that sound?
It's a very specific thing, but Reddit has a lot of very specific things, so I think that fits the bill, doesn't it?
It does, and we will soon see how the second half of this race is going to play. 89 laps to go, soon to be 88 right now for Brendan Hyperstar out there, who is getting the legs here. And what is being critical on these starts, if you can't get the move done off the start on the opening lap, John, it gets exponentially harder to then go and make that move again.
Yeah, and especially if you've been stuck behind someone, there's that psychological impact as well. Like, oh, I can't get past, I'm going to have to try something elaborate to just throw them off course a little bit. And then if you try it and it doesn't work once, then you go back to the drawing board, and before you know it, you've done 10 laps behind them and still haven't found the way past. So either most of the times it's finding a way past quickly, or you don't find a way past at all. Most of the times it's better to save fuel at that point. Just want to point out, Ben, so Tiamat Marduk has been served his third black flag of the day, and this one is for boxing while the pits were closed. So unfortunately for them, they're going to have to spend a little bit more time in the pit lane, but they're still in the race. But it's safe to say it's going from bad to worse for them.
Yeah, ultimately, stewards are stewards. You have to listen to them, and it's at your own peril that you go and you ignore them out there. So a number of cars getting themselves caught up then on that restart, and it does start to feel like the margins are getting a little bit finer out there, and you've got to try and move up. It has now meant that the Stag is up to 6th, Tom 97 is now 7th, and the likes of Josh Merrin has worked away up to 9th. And talking about quietly making those gains, El Taco Man and Smileable now 10th and 11th, who started 25th and 30th respectively.
Again, two people just making up the positions, profiting from everyone else's demise. El Taco Man and Smileable have been involved in incidents this race, but it's all about keeping yourself in the running. You said it, Jake. It's about those last 30 laps. It's about just having something to play in the game at the end, and who knows, you could end up with a top 5, you could end up with a top 3, you could end up with a P1 if everything goes chaotic at the end. And for Smileable, looking at him, he's just very focused, very smiley as usual, hence the username. Yeah,
he very much is. Now I want to oh, he's got him just before me. Gareth is saying he's got tat on his shelf. That's not tat.
We can't keep saying that about anything decorative on display behind. I've seen Gareth's background when he's been live streaming.
Yeah. No Lego. Oh, that's true. So it's better in that regard then. Got the lovely die-cast figures there on the back, which I guess would go under your line, John, of what you have lined up on your shelf.
Yeah, I have a bunch of sim racing wheels that I don't use anymore, a bunch of wheelbases that I don't use anymore, and some models, indeed, mostly from memorable moments of rallies that I've been to and all of that.
Oh,
so
hang on a minute.
Can't be considered tat.
Hang on a minute. Someone's going to have to pull Darius Rush back.
Uh-oh, what has happened here?
Well, he's lapped the leaders.
Ah, that's quite unfortunate, and they're carrying on at full pace. So, this is not the first time this has happened in the Creator Series. We do have procedures for this. It will just take a second for us to get the message to him as he carries on his merry way. He must be thinking, this is very easy right now in first place in this race. And there we go. I think he's just got the message of, hang on a minute, you're in first place, please slow down.
Well, the ruling is there, and they've been called out for it, so everyone will now find a way to go and get back round him, as he now is trying to be avoided at this point. So they have just managed to find a way to get that sorted. Back to the end of the line with you. That's what you get for trying to jump the queue. It's the most British thing in the world.
I love how we respect the unwritten rules of joining the queue or not joining the queue. That's for sure. Everybody's very chaotic during the racing, but they respect the rules when they're behind the pace car. Lovely to see, to be fair. But for Darius, that will be very, very frustrating for sure. Although they were toward the back of the line anyway with that incident, sadly. So it's just another chance. Technically, you know what, Jake? They can say they led a lap of the Indy 500. Job done in terms of content.
Yeah, they jumped up forward, they got that, and they set themselves up with lights are off on top of the pace track, which means we're at 1 lap to green, so we'll be going back, green flag running this next time by. Almost 2 hours into this race, and they still have time that they need to try and set themselves up with here to go, and they will need to try and get enough running out there to say, right, I am going to put myself in the wheelhouse, because you're now starting to think strategy, you're now starting to think divergent, and you're thinking, can I get a lap here, a lap there? At 86 laps to go, it is 2 pit stops from this point to the end of this race if you are managing the fuel properly. So if you got it, it's there. If you're not managing it properly, it is 3 stops to the end here, but it's more likely in the wheelhouse for those at the front of a 2-stop race between now and the end of this one at 86 laps to go. Brendan Hyperstar will be looking for another good launch off of the start. He's been doing very well against Reska Kyoto. Andrew Petty sits there in third, was just about able to fend off Mia Rose on that last run before the big incident struck. Green flags back in the air at the Brickyard, and we continue on here onto lap 160.
Again, a great start by the Stag, and challenged by Tom 97 this time. Tom 97, a great restart as well, but in the front, everything is line astern, everything as it was during the pace car. Brendan Hyperstar having a good exit, but then again, Reska Kyoto is using maybe the hybrid to get alongside, going to the outside. Will it be side by side into turn 3? It looks like it. Who will have it? Reska Kyoto on the outside. It's Andrew Penny just looking to see if anybody falters. Reska not finding a way past at the moment, but that was tricky for Brendan Hyperstar.
Well, remember last year how Brendan defended. He used the weight jacker very, very well to defend with enough rotation on the inside. It doesn't shock me that this has happened again. Here comes Tom 97 to the inside of the Stag and isn't going to find a way to get that by. Mia Rose losing out a place then on that restart. Presley Sora now up into 4th.
Yeah, Tom just not finding the drive, and oh, now he does. That was a great exit, but to be fair, just coming out to the slipstream has lost that toe, and I tell you what, the Stag using the toe of Mia Rose.
Oh, troubles on the back. Troubles on the back for Darius Rush and for Scotty Designs, by the way. They're both in a bit of a pickle here, and they both get their toes in a way, so no need for a safety car. Oh, Scotty was upside down.
Not ideal. Let's see if we can have a look. So side by side, Scotty on the inside. What's going to happen here? Scotty very shallow line, understeering, and Darius nowhere to go, collected. Riding the wall there, an absolute wall ride. I mean, we can't enforce a penalty for that one, but very stylish. In the world of Burnout, that might work, but not in the world of IndyCar. That's a huge amount of damage, and that's back to the pit lane.
Here comes Mia. They've dropped off the back of the top 3 who are clear. Presley Sora working the high side nice. Going now through the short shoot run to turn 4. Looking for the drive, and Mia leaves respectable amount of space there on that run around, and will understand at this point in time that they've got to either collaborate or they've got to get the clearance now sorted immediately. Back to the inside for Mia Rose here at 1, and struggling about to get any drive there. Presley Sora works the Oracle again.
What I don't really understand is since the previous restart, Mia Rose just was off the pace, lost a second within 2 laps, and now it's the exact same case. Presley Sora is 1.5 seconds off of the leading trio now, with a huge disadvantage.
Oh, trouble! Reese in the barriers then at 3, and he's going to go down then to the infield there with both tyres hanging off.
Well, you're not going to be able to get that one back to pits. Let's see what happens. So just with the overtake, I think that's Ryan L83 on the inside. What's going to happen? Oh, just tries to turn in a little bit. Ryan was a little bit wide, but sort of acceptable. I think 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, and sadly no margin of error into the barrier. And will they actually get the camera to get back to the pit lane? That's a big question mark.
Well, they'll have the ability to use the weight jacker a little bit there to get the clearance around, so that will certainly be of a help out there. And Presley Sora has been dropped right now and backwards into the clutches of the Stag and Tom 97 and Big T-Mac and Josh Merrin and Smiler Bull and El Taco Man. That's the group that's trying to work itself into position here, and we've got cars coming out of the pits right now, but they're all looking around trying to get through cars that are quick, cars that are slow, and giving themselves enough room. Mir Rose now fastest lap as Big T-Mac sits in 8th.
Yeah, I think Mir Rose must have used the hybrid as well. I think maybe Presley made a tiny bit of a mistake that allowed them past as well, but that is a huge fastest lap right there on the board to regain confidence. 1.3 seconds though, it's not going to be easy.
Oh, 3-4 wide. It's 4 wide on the back stretch right now with Tiamat Marduk, Lithium Fox, Josh's corner. It could end in tears right now between them. It doesn't, as that sits right in the background. There we see it here as they all try to work the merge. They've all got themselves then into a place that works. All on the back of TK. Tiamat Marduk kicks some tail for a little bit of flair. Josh's corner, Lithium Fox and Yellow Vision now sit themselves. This is for about 15.
Oh, it doesn't matter. They'll fight it as if it's for first. Anything to do a bit of battling, especially if you've had a bad race. You'll be relishing this. You'll be wanting this. And for Yellow Vision just getting too close for my comfort to the outside barrier there. Lithium Fox having a very bad drive out of turn 2, so we'll put them under pressure a little bit, but safe for the moment. It looks like Josh's corner is having some struggles with understeer as well, so maybe the weight tracker just not being deployed in the proper tune. For Team Marduk, it's still behind TK, and they're looking pretty comfortable at the moment. They've fended off everyone else.
DM Gal 3 wide there in the background and trying to go at it with Ancephalosis and Chesnoy Gaming here. Working around, no. There goes Ches. Bang is going to be the response then for two drivers who have been horribly in the walls all night.
Just another case of a driver on the inside, Ancephalosis in this point, just understeering through that turn 1, and
he's out of fast repairs now as Ches.
Dearie me, yeah, it's and that's a huge amount of damage on the rear as well. Oh my days, that was a great avoidance there. I'm not sure who that was, but a huge avoidance.
Well, huge avoidance has been critical. We've seen a lot of that needing to be understood out there at this point. This has been a really difficult race for many towards the rear who have not really had what they have wanted. This is Big T-Mac at the moment working to try and stay with Ryan L83, who has taken the work out there, but will be also looking behind at the returning Josh Merritt.
Yeah, just want to say that was Sloppy Joe in avoidance there of the incident, so well done to them. They did manage to avoid even though they might need a change of underwear. For Josh Merritt, it's just a case of trying to regain positions. Big T-Mac ahead right now, and they were running in the top 5 earlier on, so it's just been a case of losing positions. They haven't really had the ultimate pace, but the consistency has been there. You can see them running all the way to the concrete, having a little bit of a snap there, so getting very close to disaster, but the slipstream in effect at the moment. But the problem is Big T-Mac is dropping outside of Tom 97 slipstream at the moment.
Just like how Reska Kyoso is dropping out of Brendan Hyperstar slipstream at the moment. The gap now up to 1.4 seconds out there as we go over to Charles Wimbley here in 12th, trying to stay with El Taco Man, and these gaps just slowly starting to extend out, and the less cars you have, the less powerful the draft becomes.
For sure, and I think it's just a case of tyres as well. If you stay too close to the car in front and you don't have a pace advantage, you're burning through the tyres, and then you can get understeer or oversteer. Most likely understeer with the dirty air wash effect through the corner. You can see they're having to lift a little bit in 5th gear, and that's all. Once again, I think that's Yellow Vision just getting so close to disaster, and you really don't want to be playing with the barriers at all at this stage in the race. The tyres will be overheating. We're on about lap 5 after the restart, and oh, that's really close once again. Just leaving no margin for error, and you can see that car is twitching through entry to the middle of the corner and on the exit, and I think Hayden's going to get an easy position swap from Josh's corner right now.
well, we're more than 5 in. We're over 10 in here on lap 127 right now, and this should be 11 on the stop. Look, Josh's corner just driving it really well on the outside, just saying, nah, you don't get places for free off of me. You're going to have to work for it, and Hayden is going to be one of those drivers who needs to understand that he's not going to get everything he wants in life for free on these overtakes. So still a long way to go. Setting itself up, strategy still has a point to prove out there. On board with Hayden at the moment, P19 at this stage of the race, having started this one in 38. He's up half the spaces he wants.
Yeah, he's been in the wars as well, and I'll just point out, Josh's corner going stupidly wide, nearly collecting the barrier. It had no choice in doing that, just dirty air washing them out, but very lucky to recover. I think Hayden Gullis not trying to tamper with the wall on turn 2 either, just seeing what happened in front. But it just shout out, by the way, to the race that we have going on at the moment. The fact that I thought it was only 5 laps, we've got that much action happening right now that I'm losing track of the lap count if I don't look at it. So wonderful stuff to see. We've still got a lot to go, and I think that was a tag in the background of the barrier, but it looks like they've got away with it. I think that might have been... Yes, Viamola. Yeah, I thought it was. Oh, so close. No contact. These guys have got to stop doing that. Tiamat Marduk just trying to get around the outside, and Lithium Fox nearly running him all the way into the barrier. Incredible stuff. But somehow they keep it all clean and together.
Well, Tiamat Marduk started 34th, Lithium Fox 7th, and Lithium Fox has been trying to recover through. That was a pass for 15th position. And next up on the list will be TK out there in 14th place. So to try and get back on that, it's going to be a case of how am I going to find that time back again? Where am I going to be gaining those differences? And these drivers right now already almost 20 seconds off of your leader, Brendan Hyperstar. It's staggering the differences now that you'll see. We would have seen it last year. It would have been a slipstream train all the way.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's just a sign of how the sort of design has changed on the cars a little bit. So you've got that hybrid boost to get you within that sort of overtaking window, but it is more difficult to follow. You don't have that automatic sort of slipstream pass that you used to have, so staying closer is a lot more difficult. It adds a tactical aspect to the game where you don't necessarily want to run 3 wide all the time. You don't necessarily want to run too close. And for El Tacoman, it does mean that it's easier to defend from Charles Wimbley right now for 11th place. But Charles nearly just tapping the wall there, a puff of smoke, but got away with it once again, reminiscent of what happened to him on lap 1.
Yeah, and they are looking to go and get everything sorted. They are running fixed setup. It is set up identical to Indianapolis 2022 Oval set out there, so that is as close to a baseline as you are going to be seeing, which will mean that they are all locked in with how they've got to really try and work for it. Train near the back of the field getting busy. This is DN Gal trying to get by Punju directly in front, who has been the victim of Marcus Ericsson twice in this race. B-Roy getting the run now on VM Knoller, who is 6 laps down, but finding out just how easy struggle street can be found as Punju now chases down for what will be 21st position.
B-Roy having to back out of that one, just no possibility to be overtaken. That does mean that, you know, Punju can try and get back into this race. You can see still looking pretty confident. The smile isn't there anymore. Very much concentration mode you have to be around this circuit, but it's so easy to get it wrong. And I think for B-Roy, it's just a case of you're in that slipstream train. There's no... in the wall! Vianoli in the wall, and that is a huge tap. They'll be in pit road with a bit of damage. They were lucky to not collect anyone there, and great sort of recognition of the mistake, diving to the inside into the pit lane, get that repaired.
Well, fortunate there, tags it, gets the slide across, and can gather it back up immediately, locked up all fours just to confirm that I could get that one into the pit. Lucky, and is going to be able to get out and away, having used the fast repairs. So that will set the cycle differently, but still very much needing a safety car to get back into contention here.
Yeah, better than smacking it into the wall, though, to be fair. So, I mean, properly on the inside. Oh, again, wow. So close for some of these drivers. Diemgal nearly dropping it there, trying to overtake Punju. B-Roy to the inside as well, just in front of our camera there. Does he get round it? Yes, he does. I think B-Roy has made the overtake work. So it's incredible scenes right there. Just going for the opportunistic move, and that is one that he'll be very satisfied from.
Down the inside, Aerotech gives him the space, and not much that you can say or do more about that. That is a comfortable pass into turn 1. That is what we would call the bread and butter basics as he clips the wall, coming out of 3. Then as he focuses forward here on this one. And I would like to note as well the work that Reska Kyoso has been trying to do. It got that gap down to a second. It's now back to 1.3. Aerotech pits now with 66 laps to go. It's going to need some fuel saving to get it home from here.
Yeah, I think Aerotech betting on the fact that there will be another caution at some point. It's been relatively clean racing right now with a few incidents, but no big ones, as they say. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. The Stag still being chased down by Tom 97. There's a big gap in front of them. It must be said, 5 seconds. That is too big to close down unless you have a pace advantage. So Tom 97 just trying to get himself into the top 6 at the moment, but it's been a good recovery drive by these two, to be honest. They've been in the wars a little bit at some points.
And Josh Merrin as well is also going to come in, and he's traditionally, over the course of this Indy 500, this Creator Series 500 right now here, John, been the one driver who has come in earlier than everyone else.
Indeed, yeah, he loves to do the lift and coast strategies, so we'll have to see whether this works out. It's going to be a bit of a big drive to get back into the big places on the leaderboard at the moment, but never put it past him. He's never a driver you can rule out, isn't that right?
No, you can never rule them out. Likewise, you can never rule out Mia Rose, and I just note here that Hayden Gullis came into pits with 3 wheels on his wagon. He's got into the wall at 4.
Unfortunate, yeah, Hayden just not having the luck in this race, and I think we said he was out of fast repairs, so that might be a long stop, as they say.
That's his last one, I think. So he's through 3, so you can see this here, just gets into the safer barrier, can't hold it, there's damage, bang!
I'm not going to comment on the angle of the wheels, because I think that might have been a little bit of frustration turned into the barrier there. Unless it was some very odd damage which turned him into the barrier. But yeah, very unfortunate for him. It can be frustrating when you've had a few incidents and you just keep getting it wrong. So back out on track, one last go, one last opportunity. No more fast repairs. He's got to make this one count.
Definitely does. Josh's corner also in, and traffic still playing a factor. In comes Brendan Hyperstar, 63, now 62 laps to go, so he'll do 31 and 31 to get there, followed in by Andrew Petty, then to make that stop. So there's another one who's looking at this, thinking strategy's going to play. Reska's going to go a little bit longer, try and get the overcut sorted. Pay the time now, gain it back on fresh tyre life later.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one to see whether it works out. I mean, Mia Rose hasn't really shown any potential pace at the moment compared to mid-race, so or compared to the first third of the race, I should say. Reska Kyoso is looking like the bigger threat to Brendan Hyperstar, so any laps they can do more than Brendan is a net advantage. As
Stag and T-Mac are going to have something interesting here down pits, because they're side by side, having both made their stop. So who's going to yield between the pair of them, if any? So now they're going to race side by side off the pits, and T-Mac yields being on the grass.
Yeah, the Stag just pushing them toward the grass, I think, a little bit there, just saying, hey, I've got the outside line, I'll be able to carry the speed, you're better off lifting off for this one. And Big T-Mac just avoiding that. That's El Taco Man and Smileable in the pits there as well. So they've only been able to go one more lap. So Reska Kyoso in the pits and Mia Rose that you just saw there, they will probably drop behind Brendan Hyperstar. And that promotes Tom 97 to the lead.
I think Brendan's taken a shorter fill here to give himself the gap, and he's going to get it and then some here coming through turn 2. So Reska's gone for a full fill here, and this might work. Tom 97, now longest of those at the front, makes that call, jumps in, and now has the easy job to go through. Charles Wimbley now will take his first laps of this race, led at the front. D. Goodin also is going to come down into pit lane 2. So it's a hive of activity out there now where people are thinking about, well, how can we make this easier? Well, 60-30-0 is very easy to get it home and dry.
Yeah, for sure. And there's the advantage as well for Brendan Hyperstar of having a lighter fuel tank. You can do faster laps if you've got some clean air and no traffic. So it can be a case of creating that little bit of a gap. Just make sure you can't get the slipstream back onto... Rescue Kyoto won't be able to close back in, for example. And you can maybe get a little bit of a gap. He'll be at a bit of a disadvantage still if Reska can make it to the end. But effectively, you're bargaining on pace at that point. As I think that was Yellow Vision in the pits as well, locking it up, nearly putting it into the barrier.
Well, he's lucky he didn't get a speeding penalty. How late he had trying to get that slide. We'll catch it here on replay as he worked in. You can see he's now got to try and hit his mark. 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st. Oh, it was all locked up trying to get it stopped.
Ericsson was on the left-hand side. That's why he had to take avoiding action right there, obviously. So Yellow Vision doing well to avoid Marcus Ericsson and not hit the barrier. Oh, Ben! Oi, 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 that was so close. A tap of the wall, but still in the race. You can only do that so many times before it bites you.
Well, 7 to pit. Charles Wimbley, TK, Tiamat Marduk, B-Roy, Punju, and Sparks. And there goes Sparks in now to make this one all work it out. So for the moment, Brendan Hyperstar knows that he's just trying to work through these drivers. He's got a gap of 2.6 seconds. He'll be very happy with the works here. So at least right now, they're going to be happy in the cycle. So that's going to be something that I think that in these final stages, they are looking to set themselves out and say, look, this is our stall, let's go and make it work. I think this could be all down to something as B-Roy pit.
Yeah, B-Roy in the pits, off cycle from everyone else at the moment. So Brendan Hyperstar promoted to 5th place. Right now we've got... I think Charles Wimbley is just creating a great race for themselves as well. They're sort of with a big gap, 5 seconds out from TK at the moment. So their recovery in this race has been nothing short of spectacular, and that is somebody you have to watch as well, because they're driving themselves into a pit window where they could possibly make a one-stop work from here as well. So that might be a strategy where silently they come back into play as well.
1 lap down here is Sloppy Joe, and is going to move to the left-hand side, try and get the clearance here on Tiamat Marduk to go through. The driver in 3rd place, and who is 11 seconds down. Punju now pit, so it's just Wimbley, TK, and Tiamat Marduk who are out longer than anybody else. And I'm looking at this going, well, they can't go much further, and they're probably giving themselves about 10 to 15 laps on their fuel by the end of this one. In comes race leader Charles Wimbley.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, they're going to struggle to get to the end if on the fuel from now there, so they'll be hoping that there's a pace car. They just needed to go another six laps, according to my calculations, and it could have been possible, but that's going to be a heavy lift and coast, as once again battling with Tiamat Marduk, and that is just a lapped car, I think, getting past and just doing the work in terms of the pace. But Tiamat Marduk, I think, maybe struggling on tyres here, because definitely drifting wide in every corner.
Yeah, it's proving to be difficult. Look, the shine's gone off of the tyres there of those Firestones, and so that is going to be the indicator then that he probably needs to come in, and he needs to come in soon. Brendan Hyperstar then working really well at this phase of the race, and he's got himself about a half a second last time he crossed the line over Reska Kyoto. So the traffic's really played its part, and the fresh tyre life from Reska of a 1 lap's advantage back into placement with it. As in has come both TK and Tiamat Marduk. It leaves now as well with that final pit stop in. Brendan Hyperstar back in control with 54 laps to go, but by no means clear.
No, it's by no means done at all. As Reska Kyoto has actually closed back onto Brendan Hyperstar. So that gap that was 2.5 seconds, it has been whittled down with the traffic perhaps, and maybe some fuel saving by Brendan Hyperstar. It gives confidence to Reska Kyoto that they've been able to catch them, and they've dragged Andrew Petty as well along. Miro's getting dropped as well once again. So whatever is going on with the pace of that car, it has not been fixed by a pit stop. So that is a recipe for concern for Miros. They'll be looking to different strategies now toward the end of the race.
Trouble! Oh, almost contact there for Josh's corner, and he's lost it. Josh's corner's lost it. Rose has gone into it and into the barriers. Oh, that's going to throw everything up. There's got to be a safety car for that. A massive accident with your leaders here with 53 laps to go. Oh, that's a huge old hit.
So just for clarification, that was not the type of different strategy that I was talking about. That's a heavy hit. That's a huge, huge hit. And that's something that you won't expect as well. So highly, highly unfortunate. Just, again, on the wrong line. And Mia Rose didn't do anything wrong, really. They were trying to get to the inside, and there was no room at all. Incredible.
No room at the end. 52 laps to go. Has to use a fast repair and take the tow time. And critically will have to go at this from near the back of the field.
Well, the good news is you've got nothing left to lose, and that can unlock the pace once again. It can unlock the drive to go win the race. I'm sure they've had the drive right from the start. So yeah, devastated for them really. But someone has to get unlucky. That's just the rule of oval racing, and at the end of the day, it was them. So I can't say it was a disastrous incident either. Just Josh's corner losing it in a very simple way, and it just happened they were at the perfect spot, the perfect amount of distance to have no way to back out of it.
Well, we'll take another look. There's the tap with Rescacchioso that unsettles Josh's corner, and ultimately with that unsettlement, car's balance not there, and Mia Rose ends up launching into the catch fencing.
Yeah. I mean, if they went, let's analyse it a little bit. If they went to the inside, onto the concrete, they probably would have spun into the barrier. If they went to the outside, they wouldn't have made the corner and it would have gone into the barrier. So, for Mia Rose, from the point where Josh's corner, that's a heavy hit, by the way, so possibly some damage contributed to that. Yeah, definitely damage, I'd say, as well. From the point where Josh's corner starts spinning, Mia Rose has no way to avoid or survive that incident. Sadly.
It's a major, major moment, and now we've got a lot of cars then looking to come in. Sloppy Joe, by the way, has spun it, trying to get onto the pit lane out there. So in is Smileable, Reese, the Stag, B-Roy right now. Presley Sora is going to take some service and try and get the line. I think we're too far out, John, to say you can make it on a tank from here to the end. But if you get enough cautions, you've got a half a chance.
Yeah. You would be pushing it, as I said a few laps ago. You really have to just pray for another pace car, effectively. But there you go. Sometimes you have to just wing it and see what happens, really. If you're at the back of the pack, why not try a different strategy? Why not hope for chaos? At the end of the day, maybe it'll pay off. And, at some point, if you're outside of the top 10, you must say, well, I want the top 10 result, so I'm going for it anyway. And how many times have we seen in the last 10 laps of this race that all hell breaks loose and someone from outside the top 10 suddenly ends up with a podium?
It happens more often than you think it does, but they know they're only here for the win and nothing else will matter. P3 will be nice, but nice won't do it. This is what happened there on the banking. Oh, there goes the front.
And I think that was also Scotty Designs that was in the wall on the outside there as well, so that's been an interesting bit of contact there. I think both of them looking at their respective incidents going, oh, you too as well? Yeah, that's not gone well. And that turn 4 is always very tricky, because you're obviously approaching onto the main straight, and it kind of just dips a tiny little bit, maybe by a degree or two, but you lose that traction on the exit. And so many times we've seen people pile into that outside barrier or just get a little bit of oversteer and spin onto the inside just through a minute change in the angle or the degree of change of the banking.
We do have wave arounds to get through, and we've got cars at least 6 laps down in the form of VM Knoller, who is going to need to continually wave around and get back to the leading lap. The likes of Darius Rush and Mia Rose trying to get there. Josh's corner, Scotty Designs. Reese, who has had a tough day at the office, he's been trying to pull himself back into position and knows just how important it is to get around in this placement, to say that I'm going to need to get back on that leading lap. It is a gift for many to get that chance to go for it again. But the issue that they run into is what happens when you're down in 30th position. You're outside the top 20, the top 15. How aggressive do you need to be? Presley Sora with that stop, 13th. Now that is going to be important because now you've got the trade-off between the haves and the have-nots.
Yes, indeed. That's going to be something to... Are we about to see people? I think they're just trying to bait people into the pits at this point. Very common strategy. But it wouldn't surprise me to see someone just pit to try a different strategy, pit to just maybe get some fresh tyres as well at the restart. That's something that we could see as well, is in trying to extend the stint. Even if you're lifting and coasting, you're still using up the tyres. So if you go longer on the fuel, there is that potential that you will wear out the tyres anyway and be in serious trouble at the end of the race. I think that's what happened last time with Brendan Hyperstar. The reason Alex Gillen could get a lot closer at the end of the race last time is because they were on fresher tyres.
And now I look at Reska Kyoso here. I look at Andrew Petty. At what point do you start playing the same tricks as Brendan? Getting that extra rotation, forcing yourself to basically pinch him down and put him in a place where he's uncomfortable. Because right now, Brendan's been cushy right now in his palace, his palatial estate at the front of the field. He's made himself comfortable. He's got a bit of Art Deco on the wall. It's just a question of who's going to sneak through the cat flap and decide to steal all his valuables.
Well, the thing is with that strategy is you only catch someone off guard with that once. So you want to try that, and you want to do that when it counts. It's a very risky one because if you're not used to using the weight jacker to get really maximum risk versus reward, you can be in the barrier. But you want to wait until the last 5 laps where it actually matters, where you want to be realistically ahead. And yeah.
But they're not holding that.
I know.
Here's the issue. If they can't get it done on the first lap of a restart, Brendan walks away. That's been the story of this race. If they can find a way to pin him down through turn 3 and say, you're going to stay down low, you're going to be uncomfortable, that's going to make life a lot easier for Reska Kyoso, for Andrew Petty. You almost have to risk the entire race out at this point with 49 laps to go as Hayden comes in again. You almost have to risk the race now because you don't have a guarantee that this race is going to have another safety car out there. Odds say there will be. There's no guarantee. This is the final quarter of the race. It's gloves off. It's knuckle dusters on.
Indeed. I just want to say Hayden Gullis will have a huge stack of tyres ready to recycle after this race. He's taking advantage of that rule that unlimited tyres are available for drivers, and I think Firestone are having to up the production just for this race alone for Hayden. I don't think they're free, sadly, but there you go.
They might not be free, but don't you think that Gareth would quite want them on his quote-unquote tap wall?
I'm sure it would be a welcome addition to the Gareth Allen production box, and I'm sure we'd never see his face on camera after that if he did put them in the background. So you win some, you lose some, as they say. But just going back to what you were saying, Jake, I think also Reska might be just containing the pace a little bit. We saw awesome pace at the start of the race from Reska Kyoso, and it mysteriously disappeared. Is that a long-term strategy play to just convince Brendan that they are in a more comfortable position that they are actually in? And are they going to do the double bluff of using 2 strategies at the same time? It's interesting. Only 2 drivers have the answer to that conundrum at the moment, and they're sitting in your top 2.
And they have been top 2 pretty much all evening. And they will know it, they will understand it, they will look at Andrew Petty, who has been a very good third out there. Josh Merrin's fought his way really well to get back to 4th. He's got pace. Big T-Mac has been slowly working himself up the order. Then it's El Taco Man and Tom 97, D Gooden in 8th, Lithium Fox to 9th, and Ryan L83 is taking some service down there from 10th place. So Sparks will get the jump up then into position, and this now becomes a aggressive run out there. Lights off on the pace car, which means we'll go back to pace truck will go back to green with 46 laps to go. But very quickly, John, I look at this race, I think there's one more caution in it, and whoever gets caught up in it right now will not have a chance to fight for the win.
So that's reverse commentator's curse. That means there won't be any cautions and everybody's going to be running out of fuel at the end of the race. It'll be interesting to see, though, Jake, that's for sure. I think definitely drivers are going to start being aggressive. That's just the reality of a racing driver, and we will just have to see who gets lucky and who doesn't. I think definitely the ones to watch, Tom97, Big T Mac, they've been making up the positions. Josh Merrin, P4 as well, might be on some lighter fuel indeed, so they may be able to get the jump on the big three at the top at the moment. So there's a lot to look out for. Timo Marduk as well, P11. They're known for being quite aggressive.
Presley Storer in 12th place would be a very important character to look at with the fresh tyres. How aggro do you want to be with 46 laps to go at Indianapolis Motor Speedway? This Brickyard has seen it all. It's done it all, but Brendan Hyperstar has the control of when to launch and launches. So that's a pretty decent getaway, but it was well matched by Reska Kyoso and Andrew Petty as they worked their way into one. Immediately, Tom 97 and El Taco Man fight for it, and there's two wides in the middle. And as they go into turn one and off the exit there with the likes of Charles Wimbley, great run by Reska Kyoso, immediately down to the bottom. Then they go, and Reska leaves a lot of space then for Brendan Hyperstar to come back and say, look, I want to command my area of the circuit. Again tries the outside, again understeers.
Yeah, just no room there. The marbles may be playing an effect there. Lithium Fox up to P8 as well. Getting past T Good and the Sparks and the Stag battling as well. Just
Bit
swapping
one,
positions
bang,
twice.
DM Gal and Smiler Bull's in trouble. They're up in the catch fence right now. Unsafety cars in there. Tracks jam, big ones happen.
Deary me, huge amount, and there is the caution out once again. Let's see how this one happens. Whoa, Smiler Bull is already off track, has been collected from the rear there. So that incident has happened, I think, a little bit before that, where something has gone wrong. Maybe a tap.
Oh, it's Wimbley.
Before.
It's Wimbley first, and then everyone has an issue in avoidance. So they're going to get onto the scene here. There's Charles Wimbley, who's there in the green and yellow, right at the front of shot. You're just going to miss the rear stepping out. He's going to go around on the exit, and then everybody scatters and panics. And that's what happens late on in races.
That is at least 5 cars that I see will make that 6 in the barrier. So that is going to be a huge amount of repairing for everyone. And as you said, Jake, there's at least an extra caution in this one. You were quite right.
Well, sometimes you just have a feel for a race, and you can see here just trying to hold. Oh, the back snaps quickly there, almost as if there was a little bit of contact there that went through. Oh, Mia takes a massive hit, then going across and ends up buried in the catch fence, and that's a huge bit of concern there for many that have been caught up in what has been a very tough incident.
Yeah, Hayden not being able to avoid contact there, trying to dive to the inside. I think, though, that's them on track, so I think they've actually somehow gotten away with it. I don't think they had any fast repairs left, so maybe they've just got some like damage. It looked like Hayden. It looked like his livery in any case, or maybe some swapping of liveries or something, but I definitely think it was Hayden that collected them at the ends there, but they're still out on track with no damage. And I tell you what, is that TK driving around with 3 wheels?
Yeah, 3 wheels on his wagon. Here's his view of it, trying to get out of the way, of just about avoid it, get collected, and now you're in the roller coaster, trying to avoid that. Oh, well, that's worse than a teacup ride, and if you think you were going to get through that okay, you'd be a couple teddy bears short of a picnic.
I was about to say, that is like the roller coaster ride, a little bit too far for me there. I was dizzy from that one just watching it, but I mean, for me, I mean, they were taking the correct line. It's just the car of, well, just every car, to be fair, just going in unpredictable directions, not just one. I was about to say it's just one car, but what can you do? You're just trying to keep your line, hold your line, and it just turns out that you get unlucky. That's the way it goes. And you can, I'm just trying to see whether it was Hayden that got collected. And that is I mean, it's just a huge incident for everyone involved. Everyone has at least spun twice or ended up on their roof or lost the wheel. That is what they call, as you say, Jake, the big one.
Yeah, here's a look then from a little bit further back, just trying to drive through, see where you're going to avoid it. Nowhere to go, nowhere to go. Try to hold the brakes. It's not much you can do. Yeah, Hayden does about get the contact. I think he just gets away with it.
I can't believe that. And he says he gets no luck. Well, we can show this replay to him sometimes.
Yeah, he gets luck. It might be once in a blue moon luck, but he gets luck.
That's for sure. I also want to point out, just through watching the replays, I was trying to analyze it a little bit, that a lot of drivers just reacted a bit. It's going to feel weird what I'm about to say. A lot of drivers reacted too soon to the incident, and they ended up collecting each other in incidents even before they'd reached the cars that were already in trouble. So a lot of incidents like Punju's incident happening even before they'd reached the accident zone.
So, it hasn't really affected the front of the field. It will affect everything else behind. I want to note Tom 97, 43 laps out, has come in and pitted. If we get 4 or 5, yellow flag periods, he might be good from here, but you're normally talking 40 to go. If you pit with 40 to go, you have a chance on fuel if it divulges into a caution fest. And if it does, and the drivers around like Brendan and Reska and Andrew Petty are all going to have to dive into the pits and get their final splash and dash to get home, you move up the order, you get into a safe place, you hold on and hope for a lot of carnage.
For sure, we've already had a lot of carnage. I don't know how many cars can survive the next lot of carnage, because I'm looking at the fast repairs, and I can tell you it's a seas of zeros or ones at the moment. And it's not looking good for a few drivers. For example, the Stag it's looking like 1 fast repair left. Hayden Gullis actually has 1 fast repair left according to this. So a lot of drivers on 3 as well, so they have to play it really, really cool. And the top 3 have not used a single fast repair all race. They have been clean and scot-free the entire race. So, you know what they say, not everybody
well, they're not
can have
scot-free because Scotty Designs is in this race.
They've paid the Scot tax and they are free.
Oh, imagine having a tax like that. That's not great. But ultimately, this is going to be one of those where I think you're just sitting and you're trying to get a little bit of green flag running. Anything from now could be the run to the end of this race. And I think the drivers at the front are trying to bank on it, and the drivers in the rear are trying not to. And this is the crunch. How aggressive do you want to be? When do you want to be this aggressive? How do you want to be this aggressive? And Indy brings out, I think, the best and the worst in drivers, in the sense of you have the best because you can be out there at the front and showing what you're all about. You can have the worst in the sense of you will do, as a sim racing driver or a racing driver, anything you can to win.
Yeah, and there's always that thing of when you get to the double digits to go, as I say, is that you see the gap, you look at the gap and think, I can make that. I definitely can make that. And 9 times out of 10, you definitely can't make that. And you go spearing into the wall or collect a driver. We've seen it with the understeer on the inside for drivers, to be fair.
We'll get one more lap, as the likes of Darius Rush and Smiler Bolt still need to get their final lap around. Punju currently 3 laps down. The unsafety car is 2 down. And then you've got Josh's corner at 4 down, potentially without those fast repairs to go and work with. So they'll get back into position, and that will be enough then to say, let's go back running. And the fact that we are stretching out and elongating out there is going to make a difference. So we're going to get back to the line. We're getting word it's a lap and a half to green. We're not going to wait anymore for anyone else if they come back out. It would sit ourselves down with 39 laps to go here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, right on the critical point between a lot or not. And there's a look at Mr. Lucky.
And I just want to point out the lovely tat in the background, which I agree with once again, because I know that's why Gareth has pulled up this image. Hayden's still smiling, to be fair, so he's still in good spirits, waiting to go. He's got nothing to lose in this race, to be fair. If he gets into the top 10, well, he's P13 at the moment, actually, with all the incidents that have gone on. So, yeah, top 10 is actually very possible looking at that now.
Yeah, it is possible, and we'll see whether that is going to be one that sets itself as we've got this one in a heartbeat, getting this towards the end of the race. This has been a long slog of a run, but it won't mind too much of Brendan Hyperstar, who's been out there at the front. Reska Kyoso has got to find a way to solve this Rubik's Cube out there, because quite simply put, John, it's been to create a Series 500 where they haven't been able to solve the magic that the i5 G10 has been able to do.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's just got that strategy book. He's got that spreadsheet, as he's talked about in the past, where he has just every conundrum, every sort of everything that could go wrong, basically. Just absolutely mapped out what he has to do, what he should avoid doing. And so, basically, to beat him, you have to outdrive him. You have to find something to go faster. You have to find something, as you said previously, Jake, to put him under pressure right from the get-go, perhaps, to just make sure that he can't run away with his own strategy. And that's when we've seen Brendan Hyperstar under pressure. We saw it during the Creator Series season, where Reska Kyoso, with a little bit more pace, was just able to make Brendan Hyperstar uncomfortable, and then he makes a mistake.
Right. 39 laps to go, pace truck in. Could this be the final run of the day, or will there be more twists to go yet? This is where Reska Kyoso needs to be really, really alert. I think it's got to be a little bit more bullish out there. Lovely jump this time, though, by Brendan Hyperstar. And immediately, Lithium Fox gets a lovely jump as well from 6th position. Critically, gets alongside, but doesn't overtake El Taco Man, and he's going to get the clearance here to move up into 6th place. That's a lovely launch.
Yeah, Lithium Fox, once again, the last two restarts have been absolutely trailblazing, and they are up in there and still in the slipstream as well. And I think that is D Gooden trying to get the overtake done also. So El Taco Man under so much pressure, boxed in as well. You can see D Gooden has got the move done on the inside at the moment. Reska Kyoto just looking for any way past, not the move going at the moment, but putting immense pressure on Brendan Hyperstar, and Andrew Petty dropping back a little bit, but still within slipstream. This could be the opportunity. This may be the last opportunity, at least in this green flag running. Not close enough for the moment. Reska Kyoto will have to find another way.
What I note as well is there was an incident coming to the restart with Charles Wimbley, and so the issue there that said itself about is that there were a couple of unhappy characters. Mia Rose was one of them back there going, it's a single file restart. How does it go? El Taco Man then is going to lose a place then to D Gooden, and Lithium Fox trying to get past Big T-Mac here for a top 5 placement here. So this would be huge to try and drag back. Car slow, trying to get to the pits. Car spinning is El Taco Man in front of the field. Bang! Big issue then is it's going to go through Aerotech's caught up in it. There's a yellow that's going to come out for Sloppy Joe.
Oh, he can't put the brakes on. He's got no wheels to put the brakes on, and was drifting onto the inside of the corner there. Pace a car out once again, I think they're just in the top left-hand corner, as you can see. So, I mean, that was a big one. That was a big shunt. It needs to be resetting the fields there, because a lot of drivers have been caught up in that one. And I think, once again, we're about to see just a little incident moves into something much larger. So let's see, Sparks just tapping the rear. Yeah, and El Taco Man had nothing really to do with that, just collected and then drifting back onto the pass. That is, oh no.
Tried so hard to get that stop before it came back up, but ultimately a passenger there. You can see the side pod try to fall off the side there, and basically that is what we call the stricken eagle formation there for the Americana machine. That is what happened off the restart.
Yeah, that is not really good at all. Just even before they've gone, that is Wimbley, I think, in the background, just on spinning round. So some drivers checked up. I think that maybe it may have been TK checking up, but there might have been a driver in front, and something has gone wrong before then. Somebody misread the start.
I think someone's gone and then it's had to hit the brakes, and it's the quintessential freeway or motorway incident there that you think they're all going, no, they're not, totally. they're not. And, you know, TK's the bystander. Yeah,
TK hit the brakes, locked up, and then spun. So Marcus Ericsson's fault once again.
You can say it's the fault of those behind for not recognising and understanding it. We do have Big T-Mac in for that final stop of the race, you would feel. And now, anyone who pits from this point onwards has a way home to the end of the race. And so that we expect more people will come in. T-Mac's getting it out of the way early to get his positioning. The issue will come, though, if you go to the back of the pack now. What if you get caught up in something?
Yeah, That is the tricky part. That is the, let's say, the risk that you take. It's happened now to a lot of drivers, and I think it's a big risk to take, judging what's happened on the last 2 restarts. But surely it can't happen 3 times, right? So let's see.
If it can happen twice, it can happen a 3rd time. Hello, everyone. Jake Sperry, John Harris here, bringing you all of the coverage. And this is going to be a long old 35 laps to go at this point, John, because the nerves are going to start jangling for various drivers. The expectation of I need to make a move, I need to do something, something's got to give.
Yeah, and just looking at the fastest laps at the moment from everybody, the top 5 is literally 40.6, within a couple of thousandths of a second for some of them. So the pace advantage, the pace difference is basically nothing. So the drivers are going to have to find something special to do the overtakes.
Oh.
Or will it be pressure?
Josh Merrin and Andrew Petty have both come in from 3rd and 4th. They've decided now is the go-home lap for them, and they are looking at this one, John, as we will take this risk now and hope that it will pay off, because we will get the track position on Brendan and Reska. This is the risk late on in this race. How long can you risk it? And I think this is the perfect time right now to come in and get that service. They are going to be behind various drivers out there as they leave pit lane, but that is going to be such a big call. Going now and not waiting until there's 20, 15 laps to go. I don't think Brendan and Reska can make it from here. And if it goes green now, they're in deep trouble.
This is an interesting one. That has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, as they say. And I really do think that staying out right now is just leaving yourself open to what you've just said. The fact that if there's no more cautions, then you have to spend all of that time in the pit lane with everyone else, green flag running, making up maybe 20, 30 seconds up on you, depending on where they come out in the pack right now. So very, very tricky for all of them, and that will weigh on the minds of the top 3, that's for sure. They will now be thinking, well, now what? Because we have the pace, but we need to actually make sure this is a fast restart and that we gain another gap.
Well, not only can we gain a gap, it will also be one of these restarts where you are just desperate to get clear. You're desperate to try and start running. And if I was in this position right now, if I was Brendan Hyperstar, I would leave it to the last available moment and sow as much chaos as I can behind on this restart.
For sure, and also create the dirty air. I agree with you totally. You just want to leave it till the start-finish line, then boot it and make sure that Reska Kyoso has the most understeer into turn 1, so they have to back out. So, that's what you have to do as a racing driver. You have to play the rules and the elements against the other drivers, and that's how you win. So, Brendan Hyperstar is a clever cookie, so let's see what he cooks up.
Well, I'm hearing Andrew say, I am heavily banking on another caution. I don't think you are. I think banking on the caution gets you the track position. I think not banking on it is a recipe that you win the end game on a fuel save. So if he can't realise that he can't fuel save this one to win, he might be in a little bit of trouble here. He is going to be in Lyco mode into a few corners, and someone's got to get into his ear and tell him that, because he is in a wonderful position, and that is going to be difficult. And I am just going to note that our director might be going blind at the moment for the final few laps because his son has moved the telly remote. That is something that you don't often get to hear from the daily lives and troubles of producers.
I think that's what's called generational talent. But apparently he has fixed the issue, so we'll have producing. Lovely stuff.
Oh, well, remote's been found, crisis averted. We'll have the chance to go through. I think we're sitting now on 1 to green now when they go, and it will leave 32 laps to go here at Indianapolis. And if this was an NFL game, this would be the 2-minute warning.
For sure. This is the restart where if you mess it up, it's going to hurt your race to a point you probably won't be able to recover it right now. And for people like Lithium Fox that have been really great on the restart, they will be thinking, 3rd time lucky? definitely I can do something here, maybe gain another position. So it'll be interesting to see. Also, the stakes are really high. This is possibly... Oh, I know the pace car can be driven through at some points, but that will be distracting for the drivers trying to get their laps back. You can easily crash just by instincts trying to avoid the pace car. And that was nearly an oversteer moment for whoever that was trying to get the laps back.
That was Bunju pushing it at 11 tenths here, trying to get as many laps back as possible. Knows that he's still going to be laps down out there as he tries to work through. You'll look on the right side. There goes El Taco Man. The cause of the last caution will now go to 1 lap down here in this one as they work along the back stretch. And they understand that this race is going to come down to the finest margins out there. And it's a couple of VTubers who are going to be giving the hunt here to Brendan Hyperstar on this restart. I look around and see where Big T-Mac is. He's 25th. I look around and see Andrew Petty in 15th, Josh Merrin in 16th. Those two are looking to work up the order and say, we've got tyre advantage right now. We might as well go and use it. How many heat cycles have they gone through to make the tyres no good? At this point, they're going to have to be careful about how many restarts they've got. And that's an early launch here from Brendan Hyperstar as let's get ourselves back to green flag running. Reska Kyoto, I'm not sure was too alert to it. D Gooden definitely wasn't. B-Roy and Ryan L83, 5th and 6th fighting as we go to 1 and 2.
Yeah, Ryan really getting boxed in there as well. Lucky to defend. And that's Yellow Vision just trying to attack there. Not finding a way past, but you can see at the front there. That's a battle. Reska Kyoso, I think, going for the overtake. Brendan Hyperstar defending to the inside, so not leaving any room. Reska Kyoso gets the overspeed, though, but Brendan still has a wheel on the inside, still keeping that tricky line. And Reska Kyoso, millimeters from the wall. Can you believe it?
Well, it's going to get a run now out of 4. It's going to use the banking better. And Brendan Hyperstar, for the first time in about 100 laps, is going to be under pressure here. Right now, Lithium Fox with the best seat in the house into 1. And again, it's going to pay off right now for Mr. I5G. So again, Reska Kyoso in trouble trying to find this run. Isn't going to get one here through 2, immediately trying to shake off that draft. There's big gap starting to form out there. Mia Rose still very much a factor in this race. She's trying to get by Tiamat Marduk in a battle of the Aussies out there for placement. But for the moment, it's Brendan just holding his ground and knowing that there is still ways to go if you want to try and win this Creator Series 500.
This is the more aggressive Reska Kyoso that we saw at the start of the race. Brendan Hyperstar is not out of the woods yet. He's going to have to defend another lap at least. Reska Kyoso taking the very aggressive line. You can see Brendan Hyperstar just staying there to give dirty air. He doesn't really need to maximise the track. He just has to stay on that line and make sure that Reska Kyoso can't get a humongous exit. I think that's Josh's corner, exiting the pit lane there. So just getting a bit of slipstream, possibly to Lithium Fox. Lithium Fox dropping 5/10 of a second back. So that's a really challenging window to be in at the moment. They're not in a position to overtake. Reska Kyoso still 3/10 of a second. It's still game on if you have the hybrid.
And that's the key. You've got that hybrid energy that's going to give you an extra 150 at least to go and push along here the straight. So they know that they've got a lot that they can help with. They can be tactical with it. They can maybe think about when's the right time to go and start burning that down to the ground, but they're also looking at what everyone else has got on strategy. Here comes Mia Rose on Tiamat Marduk. Not much help here from Presley Sora in front, who'll be interesting in terms of how long left to go for him and his strategy. Mia on the bottom, though, is going to get a wake of dirty air, and that's going to allow Tiamat Marduk to work the outside of 3 and try and work the outside of 4, but I think Mia's got clearance.
Yeah, Tiamat Marduk just not having the pace there. Oh no, tapping the wall a little bit on the exit. Got away with it though. No puncture, no damage, everything good for the moment. But that will be just another wake-up call. Mia Rose to the inside. Presley not defending it. I don't think they were expecting Mia Rose to go on the inside, but it's still too wide. And that may just be Mia Rose just going one too far, not having the traction on the inside, not having the overspeed.
You say that?
Yeah, they're still alongside.
And I think Mia's going to
I think
have
they've
the
done it.
commandment here into turn 3. So that'll be another one for her. Back up into 7th position. Next up on the list will be to get to yellow vision, but the train has gone. And now it's going to be about settle yourself in here. 27 across the line, left to go. And now you're starting to think about what does long game look like? Because you know that it's clear. You know it's single file through the groups. You're just hoping it's not going to be a big worry out there. DM Gal and Scotty Design side by side. The Stag going at it and getting into the side of Ancephallosis, who just about saves it.
Oh, dearie me. Also, just at the front there, Miro's still in the slipstream as well, so that is good news. And you can see there, they're still okay. So what's happened here? So the Stag goes to the inside, Ancephallosis on the outside, and just a bit of contact. Ancephallosis trying to turn in, I think, a little bit too early there. Lucky to get away with that.
In Breska. Oh, that's early. That's really early.
Indeed, into the pits, and that is, well, I mean, they must have known that they had no fuel in there, so they were maybe just trying to bluff it, and that's why they were so quick on the restart. They didn't have much fuel, but that means the Brendan Hyperstar now has to think about 2 different race strategies in this race.
Yeah, so it's early, it's trying to undercut, and this might be clever out there from Reska Kyoso. If the undercut works, then Reska can hold, but it's about what Brendan can do. There's a big gap now to Lith Fox at the moment, and how is it going to stay? In comes Brendan Hyperstar now, looking to try and get this pit stop sorted. So final stops are kicking on for everyone who's gone through, and Yellow Vision has gone speeding into the pit. He'll get a speeding penalty.
Yeah, locking up, big lock up there, and that was clearly an overspeed. Just want to point out that Andrew Petty is into P8 as well, so that's the other strategy that Brendan Hyperstar has to look out for here, and he's already ahead. So
he can't do anything except hope he's going to run out of fuel though, John.
Exactly, effectively, you've just got to go hell for leather and see what happens.
And even if he has to come in, it's a morsel of fuel by comparison. Reska Kyoso, how good has this outlap been to go and get this one sorted? This is a critical phase of the race between him and Brendan Hyperstar, who's already working the way through 2. Reska about to join turn 2, and I think he's going to get the clearance on Lithium Fox, but it's going to be nowhere near Brendan Hyperstar right now. 20 miles an hour the difference. You're not going to catch that. It's the speck in the distance you've got to reach.
That has Brendan short fueled. We saw this last time that Brendan was doing some lifting and coasting at the end of the race. Is that the case once again? That Brendan likes to have a little bit of a gap and then fuel save. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to look at the pace, but for the moment, it does look like Brendan Hyperstar has an advantage. But look at that, Andrew Petty still P8, but probably in a good position to just challenge the top 3.
Well, I don't think he needs to challenge right now. I think he just needs to save the fuel the best way that he can. He's got TK in front of him. He's got Sparks, VM Knoller, Tiamat Marduk. All of these will be huge boons to help. The only worry will be the driver behind John, and that's Josh Merrin.
Yeah, for sure. That's kind of what I meant by challenging, really. Just throwing a spanner in the works, doing a different strategy and forcing the other drivers to think about what lap times they need to drive. Think about chasing him down while he fuel saves. It's a great strategy. Josh Merrin has appeared out of nowhere, to be fair, and might be in a shout as well, depending on fuel. I'm trying to see if I can see any fuel indication of strategies, but it's looking like they might be actually on the same strategy at the moment. So this actually could be a battle that turns 2 drivers into potential flies in the works for Brendan Hyperstar.
Well, it's about how close can you get, how much lifting and coasting can you do into the corners. Do you need to go to fuel mix 2? Do you need to go to fuel mix 3 out there to make it work? You know, I've seen people like Kwame Scott, for example, do 36 laps out there on a full green run. They've only got 33 to do. In ideal conditions, you can do 33 with a good amount of fuel saving. So it's not impossible what's being asked right now. It's very much in the wheelhouse here, and it's going to rely on this to work. They'll get the track position out there, but they won't have any tyre life to defend it with if they get the caution. They will note if they don't get the caution, it's just about the fuel. Sparks to the inside of VM Knoller for position. This for a top 5. Great move.
Yeah, just steaming it up the inside, and VM Knoller just let it go, to be fair. Sparks was arriving with so much speed, there was no real point in defending that one, so well done and great racing once again from Sparks, just demonstrating that the racecraft is there, maybe not the performance, and that is TK going for an overtake as well. So everything happening, I think that's a lap down, however.
Well, of course, when you're looking around and saying who's got laps, who's not, that's critical. VM Knoller is fighting for position. Andrew Petty then has to pull out of 4 and get the jump through. Can't afford to drop time. So, no, it's going to be a case of now, how do you want this one to set? This race is going to be right down onto the very, very haunches here. And I look around at Andrew Petty. He's jumping the train brilliantly. It's Josh Merrin who needs to respond now.
Indeed, Josh just dropping behind a little bit, and that can be crucial, just getting stuck behind another driver, as you've got Andrew Petty just trying to get past TK. That is for position, actually. So the gap there increasing, actually ahead of TK to 1.7 seconds. So this could
speeding for D. Gooding.
Oh dear, they were having such a good race. It could have been a top 5 if it wasn't for that, but now they've thrown that all away. I think just the pressure of them, of the race getting to them. And that's Mia Rose in the wall. Big impact. It looks like not too much damage, but again, the pressure mounting.
Oh, catches the end of the safer barrier here, going through turn 2. Mia chasing to try and get to B-Roy, who is the race leader out there at this stage. Look at that, just brushes a couple Firestones. You won't see any stickers now on the right side. In comes Mia Rose.
I think possibly damage, not quite sure, but maybe just a pit stop. Nearly spinning it on the entry, as well as B-Roy continues to lead with Team Marduk second. Now that promotes Sparks to third, and Andrew Petty up to P4. So Andrew Petty is first, well, let's say realistically, the first driver that could be in with a shot of winning this race. So that is net P1 at the moment. We'll have to wait and see how that pans out. But for B-Roy, Team Marduk and Sparks, it's all about profiting from that clean air at the moment.
There is B-Roy out there in front, leading, face of concentration right now, and he knows that this is going to be one he really understeers through 4 and almost catches the barriers there. He's got a big gap over Tiamat, Marduk and Sparks. Andrew Petty currently in 4th position right now, and is pretty much just relying on 3 takers in front to pit in the final 17 laps of this race. Everyone's had a lot of time to save fuel, but the question is, have they saved enough? And I don't think anybody's in a position here that they've saved enough, but they'll be out of sync by how often they've come down to the pits.
Yeah, for sure. It's so difficult to call. Only the drivers will know that. And they will all be asking around for information. There'll be people jumping between live streams, I can guarantee you that, just to try and get any sort of info possible. So one of the drivers here just racing for position right now, Hayden Gullis, doing the overtake there on VM Dollar, so up into P9. That is his top 10 for the moment. The Stag is the car up the road there, just in the distance. 9/10 of a second, he can go and get that.
Reese is closing in behind and is going to look for it. Oh, don't push it. 3 wide. DM Gal think better of it right now. We're on a lovely green flag run at the moment. And DM Gal, oh, how is that saved? Oh, that could have been disaster.
That was a triple save there, just going one way, going the other, going the next way, and just trying to recover the steering. I'd love to see an onboard. Well, we're about to see the onboard. Look at that, just counter steering.
Oh.
They counter steering the other way. That is precision driving, and I can tell you that is just through feeling alone.
Well, the feeling is that has saved this one from needing another safety car to come out here. Josh Merrin clears then TK for a position, and that's good enough to jump into 5th, but he's allowed 3 seconds down the road here to Andrew Petty here. Tom 97, another driver who's gone late, but he's even more in the tank if he wants to make it home. I think this indication will be when Tom 97 pits.
Indeed, Tom 97 just shaping up a move on TK.
Oh, look at that lift.
Yeah. Deciding to go maybe another lap on fuel.
I think this is as far down. Look, the stats in 4th. How many times do you see a car in 4th going through the corners?
I must admit, I was expecting Tom 97 actually to come into the pit road there just by the size of that lift. But yeah, the Stag and Tom 97 have been the underdogs of this race, just driving clean laps, consistent laps, and they've been involved in incidents, but they've been recovering all throughout the race. And now we're seeing that. They have to pit, obviously, but they are in with a shout of a top 10 result if they play the cards right here. And
right, here's the flip side. Here's the flip side. These drivers are doing laps 2 seconds a lap slower than Brendan Hyperstar. There's 14 laps left. At this rate, they'll get caught with 5 to go.
That is a tantalising thing to say. That might put a spanner in the works to fly in the ointment, because we know how quick Brendan Hyperstar is. We know also how good at overtaking he is, and he will not take any second chances. He'll just steam it up the inside or around the outside.
Scotty hit the instant point limit. He's got 50 instants in the race. He'll have to serve the penalty.
That's unfortunate. That's very, very unlucky for him. It's just been one of those afternoons, as they say.
B-Roy, I think, is going to come down in from the race lead. He pits. He can't make it. He's 13 laps shy. And so Tiamat Marduk now will have to hold the mantle at the front of this field. A driver who has been disqualified in this race and is now leading.
That's a comeback, let's say. And Tiamat Marduk can now do the clickbait title of having led one lap off the Indy 500. But I mean, we know he's got very good pace. It's just, I think, maybe a bit of head loss today and a few unfortunate incidents, some black flags here and there and everywhere for Tiamat Marduk today. But hey, he's doing the glory laps. He's doing what he does best, which is taking the limelight, and he's well deserving of this one, to be fair, because he's kept it clean. And after that disastrous start, anyone else, I think, or a lot of drivers anyway, would lose their heads. The Stag still fending off Josh Merrin, but this is not helping Josh Merrin's race, to be fair.
No, I think it helps. I think it's the opposite. I think this helps. So I think at this point in time, Josh Merrin needs someone to draft off of. The Stag is going to be the lovely village idiot that's going to help.
Yeah, good point, actually. No, I didn't think about it that way. If you want to save fuel, you want someone pushing flat out ahead of you, and then you lift and coast. Yeah, you're quite right, to be fair. And you can see the gap closing, actually. 5.2 seconds. It was 5.5 seconds. So this could be another just play that Josh Merrin is doing. It's being helped just coincidentally, to be fair. This isn't probably planned or whatever, but the Stag turning a vast rate of knots at the moment, at least compared to everyone else, apart from Brendan Hyperstar. Brendan Hyperstar is going very quick, as they say.
Well, he's struggling to get around El Taco Man, and that's going to really hurt, because he's got to run through these cars. He's got to pass. He's got to deal with dirty air. And El Taco Man's giving him a little bit of a what for to get back. That's Reska trying to get through on the inside and will comfortably clear Big T-Mac. That is for position. Oh, a huge slide for Reska Koso as we go to replay. And he's saved, but this is the issue. Trying to get this one down into 3 and 4 and not necessarily getting this one to play ball here. And that was the play, so he had every right for it.
Oh, El Taco Man risking everything for that one. Just going all the way up against the wall, brushing the wall, saying, I'm not going to let you pass in one corner. You can see how confident Brendan Hyperstar is, just going all the way millimetres close to the wall. But, you know, what can you do at this point? Sparks is just behind, I think that is Street Waffle, if I can see correctly on stream. So a lot of battling going on in the midfield, as well as you can see Hayden Gullis still on track as well, recovering very well. P8 now, just behind Tom 97.
Yeah, so trying to definitely focus on it. Presley Sora is going to have to come in late then and make some service. But Brendan Hyperstar now sees Sloppy Joe, and also there in comes Tiamat Marduk. So it's going to be short with 9 laps to go. That's only going to be a short stop to get that one sorted. And now every car is going to be critical here and can't get by. Is the likes then of Brendan Hyperstar on Sloppy Joe. He's only going to have to get a run off the exit of the corner of 4, and he's going to manage it. And then Scotty Designs has to leeway at the moment. Sparks leads. Andrew Petty is just a 10th behind and desperately saving off of the Season 2 champion.
Scotty Design slams the door shut, so no way past until turn 3. So that is going to be another bit of time lost. Reska Kyoso has lost about 2 seconds as well in traffic, so that is disastrous for them, that's for sure. Brendan Hyperstar finally gets past as well. Scotty Design just not having speed on the corner. That's in the wall. Sloppy Joe, I think, in the wall there, just glancing the barrier, losing the right front tyre. And that's terrible stuff. Actually, they've got it back, so a little bit of damage, but they are still able to continue.
That could have been the moment where the race completely changed, but fortunately enough, they kept it in a straight line. We stay green at Indianapolis there. It's El Taco Man in the wall. and everyone just about avoids it there. Bang! The hit there for Sloppy Joe into the side. We've got a car parked. It's VM Knoller at the moment on pit exit with 7 laps to go. It's off the circuit. It doesn't need a caution out there at this point. Sparks still leads. Andrew Petty second, but he is saving like a demon.
Yeah, it's just a question of do they have enough laps to catch? I mean, Brendan Hyperstar needs to turn up the wick here. You need to go pedal to the metal and just not think about anything else. These need to be fast laps as there's El Takamai coming back out of the pits as well. So Team at Marduk has a job to do as well. They need to get back positions. Maybe there's a top 10 in there. So a lot of drivers right now pushing to the limits of the car and of themselves just to get anything done. Diamgal as well going for some overtakes. I think that it will be on lost position on leaderboard, sadly. Just can't see the results at the moment, but they are moving up.
They very much are, and they know that at the moment, Brendan Hyperstar is 12th, Reska Kyoso is 13th, Lithium Fox is 15th out there. They've got still a long way to go, and they're still over 10 seconds off of the race lead, or 15 for Brendan Hyperstar in 5 laps. It's going to have to rely on a choke of fuel here in the final stages to get it done. Sparks still there with 5 laps to go. How long can Sparks hold out? Is there enough for Sparks to hold out? Andrew Petty is deep in the tank right now. The Stag is third, pushing. Josh Merrin is saving with anything to go. Another lap ticks by. 4 to go on the bricks.
This is absolutely incredible. This might be a grandstand finish. I have no idea whether they have enough fuel to get to the end. They're probably going to be sloshing the tank around on the last lap to get every last drop of fuel into the collector. And I'm surprised. I'm just so surprised. Tom 97 is also out there as well at the moment. And it's just all coming down to these last laps. If you're going for it now, you may as well stay out and see what happens, as they say.
You're going to have to. You're really going to have to. Merrin says cheeky as Tom 97 doesn't want to go. Sparks pits. And with 3 laps to go, Andrew Petty has got to hope he's got a feather of a right foot.
This is incredible. For Sparks, that will be so frustrating. Nearly there, but not quite. It always has to be one driver that just can't make it. They've decided that is it. They can't do 3 laps on 0 fuel, that's for sure. Tom 97 driving very fast at the moment, just catching Josh Merrin, possibly using them for a slipstream and also just lifting and coasting. We'll have to wait and see. That's TK as well joining the back of them. Where is Brendan Hyperstar? Will he come into shot? I think that is Brendan Hyperstar in the background. That's your visual gap.
Yeah, but he's got to get up to 3rd, and that's the key. When you've got Ancephalosis, Aerotech, Smileable, Hayden Gullis, you've got to get through all of them late. That's the end goal out there. That's almost into the wall then with 3 laps to go. This is getting dicey. In comes Hayden.
Yeah, Hayden Gullis can't make it either, and I think that's Tim McMurdoch back into the pits there. So yeah, Reese, sorry, same livery, almost into the pits. So Reese won't be, being in effect with this one. But yeah, for Brendan Hyperstar, it's just too much traffic at the moment. Look at that, just dirty air, hampering the lap time, hampering the pace. And that Scotty Designs coming out on track as well, so he can't really go to the inside. And El Taco Man just getting in the mix as well, even though they're not on the same lap.
But they have the right to unlap if they want to, and Brendan knows it here as he works through. I think he knows his race is run. 2 laps to go. It's Andrew Petty versus the Stag out there for this, and the gap is 5.5 seconds and increasing because everyone's fuel saving right now, and it's going to get so busy here in all of these groups. In comes TK 2 laps shy out there, and that's going to be huge as far as they set. So now they know that this is going to be one of those races where they are now putting themselves into play. Sloppy Joe now sets in. We are on lap 200. This is your final lap of the race. And out of 4 and to the line, a fuel save from the heavens. Andrew Petty wins the Creator Series 500.
Can you believe it? Can the Stag bring it home? Yes, the Stag can. It's a P2 as well. Tom 97 will cross the line to compete the podium. Can you believe it?
Out. Josh Merrin is out of fuel over the line. He finishes ahead of Aerotech, and Smiler Bull safe in that 4th by 2/10.
Can you believe it? Ancephalosis might be finishing P7 as well. Brendan Hyperstar will bring across the line P8. And that was a dramatic finish right there, just with some overtaking done, just with cars running out of fuel. that was close for Josh Merrin.
Well, Aerotech got one. He nearly got them both. He almost took it. A top 5 robbed from Smilerbull over the line. But what a moment this is going to be for Andrew Petty. We know he's lightning fast in a super formula, but today he proved that you don't win these races by having the outright speed all the time. Sometimes it's the lightest foot that gets it to the line.
Brilliant summary, to be fair. This was one played on strategy, and that is Hayden Gullis flipped upside down and a load of other... Or Hayden Gullis missing half of the car in the background, and indeed, I think that's Josh's corner flipped upside down there. So those two up to their usual shenanigans. Wow, that is a big flip over, and I think that is going to be a big crash of the day. So Hayden just having a bit of fun at the end of the race. But this was one where you couldn't figure out until the last 10 laps what exactly was going on. And then once, that's such a big impact that
that's so Hayden.
I think some physics have decided they weren't very happy with that.
I think those physics are the words Hayden Gullis wasn't very happy with that. And I think that's the end result that we see. This is Creator Series for you all, a huge amount of fun. And let's get confirmation then of result, because number 93 had to win it on a fuel save late to go and make it work. A green flag run of 33 laps ultimately is the pace setter to the end. Andrew Petty wins by 7.1 over the Stag, with Tom 97 ending up with third across the line. Josh Merrin would choke along the line along with Smilerbull, fourth and sixth respectively. Aerotech will snipe a top 5 out there with a great result. You got Ancephalosis seventh with Brendan Hyperstar, so desperately unlucky. He dominated today, but just didn't make the right call on strategy. So it's only 8th, with Reska Kyoso 9th and Lith Fox rounding out your top 10. It will be 16 cars on the leading lap, as Big T-Mac would be 11th ahead of Mia Rose and B-Roy, with Sparks, Tiamat Marduk and Ryan L83 the last on the leading lap. One down for quote-unquote TK, because it wasn't in fact TK in the car. We can reveal that now. We thought it was. It very much isn't. It was, of course, one member of Punju's crew out there that ended up being in the car. And as I scroll back up my chat out there, it's Clark who was running in that from Punju's crew out there, or the Clark out there, so to say. Hayden Gullis would be 18th ahead of Darius Rush and Reese, who would round out your top 20. You then follow over with the second of the unsafety cars there. Of course, that would be Scotty Designs in 21st, Sloppy Joe and Presley Sora 22nd and 23rd. You then go to D. Goodin, who had the speeding penalty late. El Taco Man with dramas. Charles Wimbley 2 down. Punju at 3. DM Gal and VM Knoller at 4. Yellow Vision with too much damage out at 15 laps to go. And now the retirees here, because you've got the likes of Josh's Corner, Chesnoy Gaming, you can put in that mix. You've got Greedy Me and Infratic, Asoy out of running with Steel Horse Live, NL Stroopwaffle, and then the last car being Snoolbrunch, then who finds that into position. Right. I think now is as good as time as any to start talking with some drivers, and we have got Tom 97 here along with us for the ride. Tom, a P3, a very much needed P3 there, and you were one of the first to make that call. If it stays green, you can stay out, and you had to do a lot of fuel saving to get that result.
Yep, it was very, very, very finely timed. I want to give a massive shout out to Luca Conti. He was helping me the whole way in the chat, and he's actually, I believe, in GT3 Corvette, going to COTA right now for one of the US Racing Series, an actual engineer. So he was just holding my hand the whole way. But yeah, we executed it well. The fuel saving was super tight. We had to do a lot of lead code the whole time, but it paid off. Crossing the line with 0.2 or 0.5, whatever it was, just made it.
So having an engineer with you, how much did that help the racecraft and just driving in general? Because I know it makes a big difference in real life. Is that translated across to the sim?
Yeah, it does help knowing someone's looking after you. I mean, it wasn't a traditional race engineer. He was just in my Twitch chat, so I was having to kind of read over whenever possible to kind of get the info whilst, you know, driving and racing. But yeah, it all worked out really well. And there was definitely a sense of calm, knowing that, I got a guy I can trust. Also, the rest of my chat was superb as well, just giving me, like, doubling down on those messages, on that information, and making sure I didn't miss anything. So it was good, man. It was good having your chat as a race engineer. Who would have thought?
Well, it certainly does help that you've got race engineer by committee out there helping you over the course of this. But Tom, critically, just talk us through the goings of the race, because you started this one in 11th place. You'd been up, you'd been down, you'd been here, there, and everywhere. Just talk about the general feel, avoiding the incidents out there, playing landmine avoidance, and ultimately getting yourself to the position to go out there and race for a top 3.
Yeah, overall, I've got to say it was actually, from my perspective, quite a clean race. I didn't really have to navigate any big incidents. I thought it was a very well-run event in terms of the cautions. I thought it let the race flow a bit and breathe a little bit, which was always a good thing. And yeah, personally, I thought nothing happened. I had 4 fast repairs left, so like I didn't need them. It was just a case of when my position would fluctuate, it's because I would probably box, so I'd drop down the order. But there wasn't any like inconsistencies or moments where I was out of position. It was generally just a very straightforward race where I just done my stops, kept out of trouble, and everything just came together on strategy perfectly.
Not much happened. I guess you weren't looking in your mirror sometimes on sun laps, because right behind you was a few incidents. And how much did that contribute then to the race generally? The fact that you were just able to keep enough pace to keep yourself out of that danger zone?
Yeah, I think that the real kind of moment where it shifted for me was the first stint, the first caution, because I didn't have a lot of knowledge of dirty air and the adjustments to make in the car before this, so I was going in a bit blind. So I hit the wall a few times in the first stint, got like a few 2Xs, 0Xs, and like a few small bits of damage. But once I got through that first caution, and I knew the adjustments I had to make in clean air, in dirty air, at that point I kind of knew what my pace was, and then by knowing what my pace was, I was then able to kind of modulate. If we have to push, we have to push. If we have to kind of let off a little bit and fuel save, we can. Like when to overtake certain people, when to just kind of sit in a pocket. It started to flow really well once we got that first stint and kind of got the nerves out and got the in-car adjustments dialed in.
Well, I would say go out there and celebrate. That is a hard-earned P3 position. Tom 97, they're joining us and getting an ultimate good result. But I think we absolutely have to do this right now. We have to go and chat to your race winner. It is Andrew Peddy in the number 93. And well, Andrew, I think I have to say this along with everybody else. Sometimes there is a lucky number out there, but for the moment, 13 seems to be yours. Starting 13th and winning this Creator Series 500. How does it feel?
I can't describe it. I'm so happy. I don't have the words. It's crazy. I did not plan one. I did not imagine I'd be the one winning. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. I just don't have the words. Oh, it's crazy. I need to get my milk. I need to celebrate properly.
Right.
But,
what type of milk? This is the most important question.
So yeah, it's green top in the fridge right now, but
semi-skimmed. Let's go.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna treat myself to some gold top I'm doing the 500 on Saturday, so I'm gonna go out and buy some gold top just to if I do win that one again. Well, not again, sorry. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
So talk to us perhaps before celebrating with the milk. How intense was that last stint? Because we were a bag of nerves for you, to be fair, in the comms box, thinking, do you have enough fuel to get to the end? So what was that experience like?
I was watching my fuel calculator like a hawk. I was so anxious. I've never been more anxious. And when I can't remember, it was Sparks who was in front of me. When he kind of, there was like 5 laps or 6 laps to go, he faked out pitting, and I've never felt more like a bigger flash of anxiety in my life. I was like, oh, it's over. But then he goes back on racing line, and it's like I'm back in, and then he pits with 2 to go, and I look at the fuel calculator, I've got like 2 and a bit laps, and I was like, oh my god. Yeah, I was pretty anxious. I was a bit anxious. There was a moment as well where I dropped back a couple tenths. I think I was like pretty nicely half a second behind Sparks, and then I dropped back a bit to 0.8, 0.9, which on this setup is not a fun place to be, because the front end just plows, and even if you've got, even with the weight jacker and the tools set, how to try and counter that, it still feels really understeery. But yeah, managed to close the gap a bit. Then he pits. Then I realized I've got enough fuel, and it's like, the relief. I say relief. I was still quite anxious with those like 2 laps to go. I actually ran out of fuel on the exit of turn 2 on the cooldown lap, so it was very tight. It was very tight.
We certainly did see that, but you managed to work hard to get up through the places. By the midpoint of the race, you found yourself very consistently third. Was there a moment where you just looked at when do I need to commit to this strategy, seeing that every single time you were looking at those restarts, it's there goes Brendan Hyperstar, there goes Reska Kyoso?
Yeah, every restart was basically the same script. It was, I'm not as experienced in this car as I should be. So the restarts being in third, it's a bit tricky with the dirty air. And then there's the caution naturally with the cold tires that I was exercising. Every restart was playing to the exact same script. And I have to shout out Seb in my chat, because he was the one who said pit, and I thought you've got to do something. Like, it's either do the same thing or try something new. And I think the organizers mentioned something earlier at the start of the race, that they were gonna try and ensure that towards the end of the race they weren't gonna have these long cautions. And so I thought, well, look, if I don't pit, I finish third. If I do pit, I might win. So, and Indy 500, there is no second place, there is no third, there's no podium. So just go for the win. Like, just go for it. And so shout out to Seb, shout out to everyone who helped me out there, and went for it, and here we are.
Well, hearing your enthusiasm is just enthralling, to be fair. You can see the emotions that you have. And so, does that give you confidence for the next race in this weekend?
Massively. Like the Indy 500, it's the one special event I really want to win. I really want to win this special event more than any other. And I have won a few others, and they're amazing, but there's just something about this one. I just want to get the win in this one. And the past couple years, I've bottled it from third. I've bottled it from twice or 3 times. I can't remember. I've thrown away it. I've thrown a potential win away from third. So now that I've kind of, even though this isn't an official race, it's still a 500-mile race. It's still an an Indy 500 race. So now I know that I can win a race like this. I've got high expectations for myself on Saturday.
But I think it has to be said that as a content creator, this is one of the pinnacles out there. You have a piece of the Triple Crown. Andrew Petty, go and celebrate a victory of the highest order out there that sets itself about. Now, I am hoping, and yes, we are going to get the chance to talk to Sparks. And Sparks, I've got a very simple statement for you. It pretty much sums up your race. 3 laps short.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I can't really complain. I genuinely didn't think I'd take the lead at all today. So the fact I was in the lead, I thought, oh my god, I'm gonna be on TV. But jokes aside, I genuinely had just so much fun with the race. Like, I hopped in with about 5 minutes of practice to go, using muscle memory from the last Indy 500, and I did a lot better than I thought I would. And to be in a fight for the lead was pretty cool, but just didn't have the fuel in the end, which I do have a pretty funny reason for.
Well, we got to hear it now. No, you can't end on the cliffhanger.
I could do, but anyway, so essentially, with about 30 laps to go, I stayed out thinking, there's got to be another caution, surely. And in the end, I then got a taste of the beautiful free air. I could go flat out every corner. I was really enjoying myself. And then I saw a turn at Marduk, really losing time. And I thought, hold on. Oh my god, no. I can change my engine mode. So I completely forgot that I could change engine mode to save to the end. And yeah, I knew I was always 2 laps short, even no matter what I did. So yeah, it is what it is.
Oh, my sweet summer child. Right, engine modes aside, You were in the mid-pack for a lot of it. You found yourself getting, I would say, getting your elbows out a little bit at Indy. Do you see these Creator Series 500s as one where you are going to have to be a little bit more brash than others?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can afford to get your elbows out, but obviously with Formula cars and iRacing, you get a lot of netcode, which happened with me and El Taco Man, where I did slightly tag him, but I didn't feel any contact on my end, and then he went round. So yeah, things like that happen, but I think you are allowed to get your elbows out and be a little bit more brave, just because you've got that leeway of a fast repair or two, and it just does make things a little bit more fun when everyone's sending it in there.
So we're used to seeing you in Formula racing. Perhaps could you describe to us how different the racecraft is compared to oval racing? There's different tactics used, and how difficult was it for you to adapt again to those tactics?
Well, I do delve into a bit of oval every so often, but I'm not obviously, I don't main it at all. So I find myself having to learn on the fly. And I think if you just keep your wits about you, it's a long race, you definitely can just maintain a steady base and not take anybody out or yourself. But on the other end as well, yeah, I think it's just the standards are almost the same, except on the outside, you've got this weird banking where if you hold it, you have to make sure you can trust the car on the side of you, or not that they're going to understeer, and just make sure you leave that extra bit of room.
Well, I would say it's commiserations on a 14th place, but a very, very good drive. Nevertheless, Sparks, they're joining us and getting the result that ultimately will say, I'll have a go again next year. And that's the key here, John, with racing like this, is that this only comes around once a year, and you have to go and earn your stripes to win a piece of this Triple Crown. And I absolutely love it. I think this has been a truly incredible experience to see out there, and one of these races where we've seen quite a lot that certain styles out there have been about long green flag running at the higher levels, but when you add that little bit of drama in and say, right, here's where the cautions come in, that just left it on a precipice for there's two strategies that will work, and one of them will get you the result that you need.
To be fair, Jake, you called it perfectly midway through the race. It's all going to be about those last 30 laps, and you were dead right about that. And I think the grandstand finish that was set up was just clearly an indication of that. Some drivers saw the opportunity, went for it, which you wouldn't do in another race, but it's the Indy 500, and they got the reward for it. Other drivers that tried to play it safe or do the traditional strategy ended up falling short once again, because it's the Indy 500, dirty air, high speeds, high brinksmanship. Sometimes you can't make it work.
No, and that's sometimes the great joy of seeing this running. This has been the second annual Creator Series 500. Critically, as far as things go, the 16th running of the iRacing Indy 500 Open is on Saturday. You're going to want to jump in on iRacing and get yourself in and involved with that. And critically, Creator Series is back on Wednesday, folks. And so if you can catch us Wednesday night, we're going oval bound for racing action over the course of the season from now over until August. So you definitely want to jump in and get yourself involved. From the team here, from Gareth Allen, from John Harris, my name's Jake Sperry. You can be the quickest driver. You can lead the most laps. You can be the most talented driver. You can be a driver who is currently top 15 in the world, looking to book a place on Saturday for the iRacing Indy 500 Open. It doesn't mean a thing with the Creator Series. All that matters is, do you finish 500 miles in first position? Strategy, the aim of the game that wins it all outright. A brave decision, a bold decision, and critically, the correct decision. That means Andrew Petty gets his Creator Series 500 crown and a whole wealth of confidence out there. Drink your milk, kiss the bricks, and 16th Street and Georgetown Road belongs to Mr. Petty himself.